Hello, 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 hello! Beautiful creatures, how are you doing today? We are back. And, as I said, we're going to be painting today. Although I may have taken a little bit too many ink bottles this time. I'm going to have to find which ones I need to use for the current moment. Because this is not going to do. Also, no, so here we are, starting out. So this is my build for the painting currently. I know it's upside down, but I have to have it the right way up for me. Sorry. So, here it is. Like that. You probably saw a glimpse of the photo that we are modeling after, so I printed it out in color so I can have something in front of me. So the picture is modeled after that. But of course we're gonna do some changes here and there. I just have it like to the side of me so I have something to go after. Now, of course I haven't prepared everything I need for this, but most of it I just need to now get the paper. Because I use paper for my paintbrushes. Because a rag is not going to do it anymore. And I always have 4, so it's like thick enough. Things. But first things first, we need to actually take away some of these lines. So we have this thing. Just hard to get out of the box. So the thing is that I can't have like too many lines in there. I have to like make them lighter. Like just lighter, not like completely away, just lighter. So I don't have to have problems painting it. Because if I mix the paint in with the drawing, then it is impossible to get away. And also it gives off a different kind of mixture as well. So we're gonna have to lighten up a few things here. But that's why I also have this one next to me. So I don't like lose anything that I'm supposed to be doing on the paper itself. So that's just to the side. Like you can see the corner right there. So it's also a helping tool with like making sure that I do the right things, not so I don't fuck it up. It's kind of like a helping tool thing. It also speeds up the process and I don't have to look at screens all the time. Although, I think we should have a little bit of music. And let's see. Okay. There, and one. So we're just gonna put on something on Spotify, like a playlist that I have. I'm just gonna have it on low volume, and it's just gonna shuffle play this. There. So you at least have something to listen to. So what we're doing is making the lines a little bit less visible. God damn it. My head hit the a piece of the microphone a bit. Let's see. Not too light either. Look weird. Alright. Packing this back in the box. Or are we? This is like a process that I do every time, so. It doesn't always go to plan, but that's why we need to be careful. We can't just do whatever. Okay. I love this thing. I'm just gonna put it back in the box because I don't want it to harden. If I leave this in the air and not in the box, it gets hard and it's ruined. Alright, I'll remove these. I just always put it in the same place. Let's see. Okay. All right. It is really windy outside. Okay. See something at the bottom here at this one, and I usually just use water, and sometimes color gets mixed in. Not like on purpose. As you can see. That's color. That's a no-no. It's just supposed to hold water for like thinning things. But sometimes get mixed. Can't really do much about that, even if I wanted to. Just gotta make sure that it's that I'm paying attention. I'm just making sure that what I'm using here for thinning out the color I need is clean enough. I can use this. This is literally from a Powerade. I'm not kidding, this is from a Powerade bottle, like a cap. And I use these for like to thin colors and mix them. So, that being said, are you kidding me? Hang on. See. So we're gonna be thinning this color out. So for the skin tone on him. As it's light, so we're gonna first get the base. So this is where it gets tricky. Because we are gonna need 3. I always use 3. Don't worry. So what I do here is that I only put the color in one. and we're gonna put some water in there to thin it out, but the it's like I need to like make sure that they have different size, like different amounts of water in them. So they have like 3 different densities of color. I'm gonna leave this one empty. Okay. Now considering all the skin tone colors that we need to, like his face, his hand, his arm, and his neck, and down by his chest. And since it's a lot of small details, I need to like think about which paintbrush to have, so we have a bunch of options. For example, the reason why I don't have like a professional setup with painting is because I'm like, whatever. Hey Onyx, how are you doing? We're gonna be doing some, so we're gonna be using this one. It's a really fine one. It's really good. I love it. So how I blend colors is using the other end, not the paintbrush, the other end. Just blend it in like that. Thinning it out. So instead of wasting the color and putting it in the water that I cleaned the pencils with, I just put it in there just to give it a little bit more condensed. So now I'm gonna try and make some of these darker and other ones a little bit lighter. So as you can see, now we have 3 different versions of the same color right there. You can see how different they are. So darkest, medium, lightest, right? So we're gonna try and see how the lightest is. The reason why I have the paper here is because what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna show you. Do this, I'm gonna be real quick. And dab. Okay, that's too light. Alright. Because there was no change. There's not gonna be a lot of change within the colors, like straight away, because I'm gonna have to still blend in, make sure that it's actually gonna work. But I cannot have it too dark either, because if that happens, we're in trouble. So, I try to be quick. Do this. It's not a lot of difference. You can't really see it much. If I put it in real close, you can see a little bit of difference. It's gonna take some doing. So, because this one is a little bit too dark, if I put it there. So that's a little too dark for his skin tone. There's a black line there because I was testing out pens. Don't worry about it. Of course. And we had a little hiccup with our music. Yeah. You're good? I'm good. Just doing some art today that I'd paint on stream. I know it's a slow process, but I thought it might be fun, a little bit different, you know? This is just the starting point. So don't worry if you don't see any changes. Because this is just, this is always our start. Like, really slow, not... I can't go fast. If I do, it's gonna mess up. So there's that. This way I have 3 different ones. Just to make sure that I get the right kind of texture and contrast. And not too much. And of course the lighting is probably really bad. Hang on. Fuck. Okay, I'm moving my feet away from me. The lighting isn't the best with me. It's not the best, but I work with what I got, okay? So if I do too dark, like for example this, you see the neck? Right there, yeah? That, in case it's a little too dark, but it's not a big deal. I can always fix it with some white later. So. But of course I don't want too many mix-ups. Sorry, I sometimes just hold my paintbrushes in my teeth because it's easier than putting it down. Okay, so we're gonna get a little white in here. I need to put a little bit more than what I'm gonna use because otherwise it dries up. But the white, with the color so thinned out, the white will actually blend in quite nicely with the color. I just need to be careful on how I do it. Because if I'm not careful, I fuck it up. And that is something we do not want. So why I'm doing it really carefully is because I don't want that kind of mix. So that being said, that's why we're going so very carefully. Because this is paper, and if the paper fucks up, then that's that, I have to redo it. Many times I've tried this, and it's always the same result if I do too quick. It messes up. Ugh. So what I also do here is that I use pens as well to indicate lines and hide the lines of the drawing. But that's not going to come until later. A lot later. So right now, what I'm doing is just getting at least the base color in. So like just slowly giving it more and more color on the face and everything else. And that's why I'm using the paper to take away extra that I don't need on the paper itself. Because this cannot be too dark either. Like so. So, put it around like this. You see the color is coming in. I know the lighting is absolutely terrible, and I apologize for that, but I'm working with what I have. So the music keeps stopping because it's Spotify and it's being a bitch. Like, bleh. Okay. Oh. So that's also why I'm kind of like holding the paper here. So I can just dab it down and so I can get the color that I want on the skin tone. And the reason why I do this is because I have to be quick about it. If I'm not, I get like blotches of paint that I don't want to have on the paper. And if that happens, then it's ruined. So that's also why I don't see much. Like, I think my camera's just absolute crap. What? I think I need a stand for it, like a tripod thing. So with lighter skin tones, it's like crucial to not do too dark from the very beginning. You can have some dark pieces just to have like a more dramatic effect on the shading. But do not do too many, like, too much of thick paint. That will leave you with clumps of color that you cannot blend. And we want this to be like as flat as possible. As much as we possibly can. So, that's why we're doing this. Now, I'm giving it a little bit more flair. Done with the arm. You can see there probably. A little bit. So this is gonna be like a whole thing. And I had to move my my keyboard right there. It's under my head. And so I can have space for what I'm doing. I cannot be with my couch leaning over that thing for this entire stream. That's just not happening. So instead we're here. So right now what I'm trying to do is save what I fucked up here. That happened. Okay. So this is like just how I start normally. It's not gonna be perfect, like far from it at all, but and I'm gonna look at this photo right here. I'm just gonna look at this here with me so I can like compare so I don't mess up. Lighter tone. So nothing has to be absolutely perfect because no painting in history is perfect actually. Sure, they might seem perfect to the naked eye, but when you train to a certain point, it's pretty easy to see the mistakes and the strokes that they try to hide. We actually saw a lot of different things when it came to paintings, which normal people didn't realize because we were trained in it at school, my art course, and we were told exactly what they tried to hide. But I'm good, Onyx. I'm really happy and excited to paint this. So, probably see now, right there, that's just the start. I know it's really like unclear, but there. So it's taking shape. At least. Now, I'm gonna put the white in the eyes. Lean in a little bit. Try not have put the white in the eyes, and then we're gonna go because that is teeth. Use a pen. All right. because I need to make sure that there are no clumps for when I need to shade. Really subtle, it's not exactly impressive. I know it's not the best angle, but hey, we're we're doing our best, right? Okay, so with that, I'm thinking we should probably try and do a little bit toning. Just a little, tiny little bit, and we're still going to use the paper to take away the extra water since we're using like acrylic inks. It's going to be a little tough, but nothing that we haven't done before, and it's nothing we can't handle. So the reason why I'm going to be using the pens later is because I need like strong indicators of his jawline and his nose, with his nose here, the jawline there, his ears, and of course where I need his fingers to be, and all that stuff. Not to mention his scars. The scars are going to have to be something that I do off stream because that is going to be a total difference. So I'm going to have like the paper really close to me. I'm going to have to be really quick, and I cannot be on stream for that because it's going to be but it's going to be a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you how I start paintings, because it's I think it's interesting because everybody's different for how they start paintings, and yeah, it's a process. Sure, is it boring? It depends on who you ask, but for me, I love it. So I don't always paint the whites in. So what you see here are pens. These are white gel pens, and these have like white kind of paint in them, but they're gel, so it's easier to like put it on when it's already painted. And they're also quite easily blendable into the paint itself. Just don't put gel pen into wet paint. It does not work, okay? It is absolutely, you need to wait until it's actually dry, and then you can blend the gel into the paint, like on the surface. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. So with that being said, example, this dabbing, it's not visible, but it's really nice to have like for really small details in the eyes, for example, and as you can see, it's like that. These are really good. So I have 0.5, 0.8, and 10. 10 is the biggest I have, or that I at least know of. But yes, moving on. We're gonna take the really dark one, and we're gonna pieces of them, make them dark to indicate some depth. Okay. So, and also we can also use this for getting the ears around his eyes, and also with his scars. At least the starting of it. There, here, and on his arm. I just decided to not bother with the So this is just the base of the scars, like getting them a little darker, because I'm gonna do something with pens, and that's gonna be a whole experimental thing, and that's just gonna have to be something that I do by myself so I can focus on it like properly, because here I'm quite stretching what I can do. Okay, one there. a little bit. Indicate his thumb right there. I also give him there. So something like that. So what I'm doing right now is getting a little lines. You can see it's a little bit more pop. It's popping a little more here. Hopefully steady enough there. You can see that it's taking some shape, and it's just because the lighting in here is crap. Anything. But we deal with what we got. I myself like a oh, got it. There. So what I'm doing now is getting the line or the shade nose. So right there. You can see the shading for the nose. It's taking really good shape. And the reason why I start with the face and the skin tone is because it's really crucial, and it is very important that it gets done right. Not, well, then, you know, it's kind of fucked, ain't it? Kind of busted. So that's why we start with this, and we thin it out to make it more of, oh yeah, you a little more watercolor, so it actually blends better with this, that, and the other. It's just a lot easier for me, and easier in general to get where you want the color. So right now I'm just trying to do some shading a little bit. Really, really thin ones. Some indicators here and there. Like so. But I am going to try and find that pen that I usually use for the skin tone. Maybe it's in here. Nope. Okay, it's in my pencil case. So we use everything at our disposal. So we use pens like these here. Hang on. Just need to find the right color. Because if I don't find the right color. So I use this one. These are from Stettler. And it's dry safe. So it also can be used for painting. Just experiment first before you start painting with these. I did experiment a little bit with those. I'm also gonna get this one here, just in case. And that's it for now. Reach easily and not have to like move my chair too much. So let's see. I don't have to lean in. One. So it's really dark, as you can see. If I closer. Right there on the ear. Pretty dark from everything else. So that is a no-no. So what we do is take some water, thin it out, do that a few times, just to kind of try and save the photo. So I'm taking the color into the hair because the hair is black. I'm sure the color stays a little bit, but what we can do is then just alone that line and the lines. One's light and in tone easily. I do. just blending it in. So it's not so defined, so it's blend it in a little bit. So it's gonna have to like, yeah, so the ear there, that one. You can see it's a little bit more color than the others because I used the pen. That one I need to be really careful with, and if I do too much at the same time with the water and everything, I can actually ruin the paper. So that I also need to think about. There's a lot of thinking involved when I do. It's not just, oh, I do this, that, and the other. No, I think, calculate, be precise, all the details. Make sure that it fits together and blends in. Like, sure, anyone can draw, but and anyone can anyone can paint, but detail stuff, I'm like a little bit more skeptical. Because I can't just use this IRL want. I have to be very careful on how much I use of it, because otherwise the color becomes too yellow. Because obviously this is not skin tone, this is just a shade of brown. So I need to make sure that this will fall into also what we have with the painting itself. Make sure that it's not too much, not too little. It's just a whole thing. So I am actually thinking the entire time I am painting. And that's why it takes so much out of me each and every time. So it really doesn't matter how much I would like to do fast paintings and all that stuff, because I would like to do details. I want them to look nice. And this is like something I do for fun, sure, but I also want to do it well. So people are like proud of what they have. Not regretting. So this one I'm making for charity. I will not be earning anything from it. This is going straight to mental health. Everything that this is going to rack in on cash is going straight to mental health charity, which is going to be at Phantomaticon next year. If it sells, but you know, I have my doubts it will sell. My paintings are okay. They're not the best, I know. I know that. But I try. I just wish I had a better fucking camera for this shit. Because I would love for you to see the details I'm doing, even though they're subtle. Okay, let's see. Let's try and hold this very, very still. You can probably see it a lot better now. All the details that I'm putting in. With the face. And the skin tone. So it's going to be very, very light in the beginning. So I'm not going to focus too much on skin tone right now. So I'm just going to put these aside. They're not going to dry up straight away, but the white, I'm going to keep right there. So I'm thinking we do some... Maybe we do a bit of gray. Hope there's enough in here. This is one of the blended colors I made. Exactly perfect, but it'll just have to do. Work. And there's not a lot. It's weird. Come on! Got more in you there. So the problem with blending colors in these, like in the thing that I have right now, is that it sticks to the glass here. This used to be the white color that I use, so I use a lot of those. but it happens. Oh shit! No! No, not good. Good. Some of the colors that came off of this when I was opening it kind of went on the paper and blended in some of the skin tone. Like I said, no painting is perfect, and we're what we got. So I go back and forth from the skin tone color a lot of times, but right now what I'm going to try and do is not do something too much with the painting because I don't want to have to fix too much with the skin tone if I do like the shirt, for example, around his neck, here, or around his fingers. So instead, we're gonna go ahead and do the symbol. I'm gonna do some gray tone. I must say digital painting is a hell of a lot easier than painting on paper. There's a whole different skill level. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I do both. Painting on paper or canvas, a whole different skill level. Yeah. So the next time you see a painting and then digital art, do not compare the two. It's the one thing that I've had to deal with. So it's at least taking shape and it's getting some color into it here. So I'm just trying to use like really thin layers so I can see the symbol that is on here. Trying to really dig into like getting not too much thick color. Also because it's this is supposed to be metal, so I have to a little bit of tweaking here and there. But we're just trying to get the base. And right now I just don't want to deal with the music. One thing I did notice with symbol on Wesley is that there's also I'm thinking we just see what it is about later because I'm gonna do some more research with the symbol on him later. And also check out with in Genshin, and then I can make some notes in this because I'm not gonna be finished this painting on stream. It's not happening. Honk out my arms. They are not gonna be happening. Because my hands have been known to literally throw, like, eat the pencil out of my hand. And it's happened more than one occasion. I don't know why it happened. Just my family was like, "What was that? Sorry, that was my paintbrush. Why did you do that? I didn't mean to. Okay." They're just like concerned. My family's been very concerned because I usually have a lot of control with my paintbrushes. So when my hands just go like, "Oh, pencil go bye-bye now," it has something to do with like arthritis. Yeah. I'm still not gonna give up painting, obviously. Hey. At least I continue doing what I love. Even though I would like to cry and scream and shout at everything because my freaking hands just won't do what I tell them to. I don't serve any purpose. So instead, we're just going to deal with what happens and, you know, use every tool at our disposal. But yes, we modeled this after the picture I showed you earlier, and that is how that went. But all and do all, I had to add my own things into it anyway, and I'm going to be doing my own thing. I'm going to be adding some cryo elements in here because he's a cryo ice elemental, ice element, and yeah. So with the story with Risley, for those of you who don't know, I played the story with Risley, and it has to do with mental health and the well-state being of a person, both mentally and physically. So I thought, when I thought about it, like what to paint for the charity, I thought about landscapes. Like, okay, that could be cool. And then I started thinking more, and I was like, Here, and Maria, who is our leader, suggested I paint a character. I was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. I can do that, and I can do some landscapes too. Landscapes didn't quite work. I tried at least 2 of them. And the more I thought about characters, I came to the conclusion that Risley would be the perfect fit for this charity auction that is going to be happening. Silent charity auction, but all and do all. I think he is the perfect fit for it. His own mental state was in shambles when he was younger because of how he grew up. I'm not going to spoil the story for you guys. But he dealt with it, and then he faced the consequences of his actions. I admire Risley for his resolve and how he is. He knows he's made mistakes and that he did some horrible things, but he accepted them and then tries to have others accept what they did and help them through it. He's a pretty fair and just man. He's not a monster. He's just someone who wants others to be able to live a life, whatever that might be, as long as it's honest and it's not going to hurt anybody else. Also, he thinks very highly of any sort of health, that it's really important, and he hates others for exploiting other people. He, like, really hates it. Like, he got so mad in that story. My god. It was scary. It's like, I know he's not real, but that anger felt real, okay? That was that. That was it. So painting him will be an absolute honor. In my eyes, at least. So what we're doing now is just getting all the gray tones a little bit here and there. And you can see it taking shape quite nicely. So I'm gonna have to like run and change the water and all that stuff. That is also the part of the process. I don't just sit here and paint and use the same water over and over. No, I have to actually change the water as well and get new doses of it. So it's not like I'm just sitting here and painting. I actually need to maintain the water levels. Sure that much, not little. The water is clean enough for certain areas that I need to paint, because if the water isn't clean when I do the freaking skin tone, that's when I'm like, yep, okay, that's ruined. Let's go. We're redoing this. I need to light up here because it's dark. Lighter. So. A little bit more gray. Solid. There. Can be darker in other places because of shading. Okay, the chains I'm doing a lot lighter because that's going to be a lot of shading there. Here, there. I'll show you in a little. Ah! Sorry for hiding most of the painting right now. Need like indicators for this thing. So what we have currently now is the skin tone and some of the gray. Like that. It's taking quite nice shape. So the reason why this is dark is because this is going to take a lot of shading. The chains that are lighter, like there and on the hand, is because if I don't have them light enough, shading these and highlighting is going to be an absolute bit. So we have some gray there as well, and a little bit down there. And then of course here and these three. Alright. So its eyes are purple. And that might be a little tricky. But we have a lot of different colors here and there. We have like sets of watercolors and whatnot else. So we have this one. As you can see, it's been used a lot. But I don't want to like do purple just yet, because we're gonna have to do a lot of other things first. So I'm gonna go back to the skin tone a little. Here. Ah, there we go. That's more like it. Now, the reason why I go over and over again is not just because it's too thin, it's also for like contrast and depth. So the more layers I do, the more careful I am. And it's hard to explain how it's like layering with digital. So same process here, or same concept. So doing something over and over and over again will get it exactly how I want it to, but I have to be careful and not do too much. That's why paintings take longer than digital. Right? Let's see. Some of his scars are a little gray toned. Oh, hey, I forgot something. I forgot. Here is something. Like there. His gloves have like metal right there. Close to the fingers. I just did them really light because I don't want to do too much with it. And of course I forgot his earrings. These are silver or metal around his ears there, the two. Oh, the other one is actually black. This one there is black. So I move a little bit closer. two are gray, and the one little dot that I haven't did it. Yeah. Right there with the air, the things, and then dot black. It's not exactly very visible because my camera shit visual, and I am working. Alright, there's a lot of blue, gray, and very deep red in this. I usually don't start painting anything else other, like, anything until I'm done with the skin tone. Of course, it's a start, right? You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go ahead and do some other coloring just to give you an idea of how it will be. Just need to open this because I need to check the colors that I need. Okay, clean up that. Probably gonna have to blend some color here. Shit. Nope, not that. Nope. Add a mixture of. I have a bunch of different painting gears. Okay. That's how that goes. Let's see. I'm gonna have to blend this one in. It's crimson hue. So now I've blended the red, that one, and I've gotten some paint on my. But that's okay. We can get that away with it. Now, there is a part of the red, so we're gonna go ahead and do. Of course, we're gonna probably have to dim it down a little. Red. This is kind of bright for him. It's more like deeper red. But since I'm already using this color, so that's the example. For the moment, now. Probably this. So, I'm gonna have to experiment a little here. No, this ought to be fun. Oh shit, I'm gonna... Alright. Now, we're gonna blend this. Let's see how... Okay, that was way too dark. Way too dark. Damn. Oh. This is what happens when you experiment with colors. It's not exactly easy. It sometimes happens. You get the wrong color, and it's just a bit low. Alright, we're just gonna have to put the gray then. Red is a really strong color, but can also be very not so strong. But now we have like gray pink, so that's not gonna work there. This is what happens a lot of times, okay? It's like, I have the wrong colors. Happens. Okay, I'm gonna take this gray dot here. I need to clean these. I need to readjust. I need to think. Hi, this is how this... It's not pretty. It's not perfect. It is what it is. So right now we're just going to fix this a little here. Thankfully I have service my bin things. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna blend some red in, and then we're gonna of black. I need like there. Now we have the crimson red again, which is too bright. And we can't have apparently any white in it, so instead we're gonna go ahead and just a dot of black. One drop, because if we do too much, it's gonna be too dark. It's always a delicate process. It really is. But we're just gonna have to deal with it and then blend in some red. It's not too dark, it's not too light. Really annoying trying to get pastel colors in here. So there, now it's a deeper. Sure, I could have used brown, but it just doesn't give the same effect. Like so. Oh, Jesus. It's gonna take some doing. Also, since we're working with blend everything all the time, acrylics is a whole different story. That is actually a lot easier. Well, this is kind of working out in our favor. I say a little bit because I am not sure. But I do think we're gonna up white and green. Not by much. It's not easy to blend all the colors in together, especially when they're different types, but I will make do. Just can't have too much white, because otherwise aesthetic of seeing as we need it in here. Like so. So what we have currently is this. So it's taking nice shape. Like I said, crap. So. So this is how I usually paint. It's slow, it's agonizingly grueling, but I love it. Because the details of it and do the result is worth it. Would I love to have a more professional setup with painting? Yes, I would. I absolutely freaking would. But sadly, I don't have that. So here we are, sitting here doing this like that, doing this like. So, the reason why I also have the darker version is I don't have to have too much effort in painting later because there's a lot of different details. Having two different colors. Oh my god, it's really windy out. Super much. But having two different colors is of the same thing really good for especially blending and shading and also basic coloring. Now we get to a little bit more here. So some things are lighter, some things are darker. I'll put my hand on the wet paint. Again. Messed up my paint. Let's see. So that's the red. For the other ones, I need like black, dark blue, and then kind of like gray Actually, where'd it go? Nope. Too much blending. Too much wasted paint. With that, instead we're just. Like I said, this is just the start of the painting. It's going to look like it's absolutely nothing, but it is something. It's taking shape, and it is getting there. Eventually. Painting has never been exactly that I'm doing very fast, because if I do, it's be the result that I wanted. That's why I also need to let it dry as well sometimes, and sometimes I can blend it in straight away. Other times, but I think that is enough of painting. Okay, I think that is that. So, that's how far we got this time, but hey, at least it took shape and is getting there. I think we did a pretty good job. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and put stuff away. In the meantime, because I actually need to readjust my camera because this is also my hand cam. So we're gonna have to move stuff around again. Like this. And you're gonna see me cleaning up, but I'm going to be something put on a video for you guys. Ah, work! Please stop! I have really little space for my. Let's see, Mr. Ballin. Always a fun thing. So I'm gonna mute my mic. You guys have fun watching a video. I will also have the volume up for myself so I can actually listen to it from my headphones, because I'll be walking around, but I will be back in like.
At around 2 p.m. on March 23, 2015, a 911 call came in to the Vallejo, California Police Department from this man who sounded totally drunk or high on a drug or something, claiming that his girlfriend was missing and she had been kidnapped, but his story just didn't make any sense. When the officers got to this man's house, immediately they see this guy when he opens the door, and he looks deranged, and his house looks totally off and has this weird smell that's almost like a chemical smell. And then when they asked him, to give them some information, what's going on here? Where's your girlfriend? He would launch into this bizarre story about men wearing wetsuits with lasers on their hands. And so police are like, what is this? But the police would follow up and actually launch an investigation because this guy's girlfriend really was missing, and they would uncover a story that was even more bizarre and more weird than the 911 caller's story had been. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is out of town, go into their house and completely demolish their master bathroom and replace it with a used summertime music festival porta potty. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late on the afternoon of March 22nd, 2015, 29-year-old Denise Huskins reached for her buzzing cell phone, and when she saw who was texting her, she immediately felt this knot of anxiety in her stomach. It was her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Aaron Quinn, and right now, at least according to Denise, they were off, and likely it was going to stay that way. But now Aaron was texting Denise saying he really wanted to talk to her and would she please come over. It was a Sunday, and Denise was home alone in her little apartment in Vallejo, California, which is inside the San Francisco Bay Area, and Denise really just did not have it in her to go talk to her ex-boyfriend. Really, she didn't have plans to go out anywhere. She just wanted to stay in. And so she typed back that she was in for the night and this would have to wait. But as soon as she sent that text, immediately she got another text from Aaron. For a long minute, Denise just sat there on the couch looking at her phone, wondering what she was going to do. Denise and Aaron had met the previous summer after Denise had moved to Vallejo from Boston, Massachusetts to work at a hospital in Vallejo called Kaiser Hospital. Denise had her PhD in physical therapy, and Kaiser Hospital had a great physical therapy program, especially for people with brain and spinal cord injuries. And Kaiser Hospital was also where Aaron worked. She and Aaron had been immediately attracted to each other. Aaron was tall and fit with dark hair and piercing eyes, and he loved to cook. And Denise, she was blonde and blue-eyed and very outdoorsy and driven. And so pretty much right away, Aaron and Denise would get into these intense conversations where they each would kind of dive into the other person's life. I mean, they were really connecting on a deep level. But even though they both clearly got along great and they were really connecting, their relationship got off to kind of a rocky start. Aaron had actually been engaged to be married before he met Denise, but Aaron's fiance had cheated on him, and so he had ended the relationship, and it was during that time, right after this relationship had ended, that he met Denise. And so Denise was kind of like a rebound, and she kind of felt like a rebound. But again, they're getting along great, and so both were optimistic that it was more than that. And so Aaron and Denise had officially begun dating in the fall of 2014, but 7 months later, so in March of 2015, when Denise was getting these text messages from Aaron, at least in Denise's mind, their relationship really was done. Because Denise had caught Aaron texting his ex-fiance, basically begging her to get back together with him. And so Denise felt really hurt. You know, she understood that that was a really intense relationship. And of course, Aaron would still have feelings for his ex to some degree, but she felt really betrayed. And so she told Aaron that that was it. But it was really painful for Denise because she did love Aaron, even though she knew, you know, this relationship likely wasn't going to work. And now here Aaron was blowing up her cell phone with text messages to meet up and talk, and he just wasn't taking no for an answer. And so Denise finally typed out this long message back to Aaron, basically saying, look, I don't feel comfortable coming to your house. It's the house that you shared with your ex. I don't want to go there. You know, we can talk another time. I think for right now, what you need to focus on, Aaron, is kind of like recording me. Take me out on dates and show me that you really want to be with me, because right now there's no trust. And Aaron, to his credit, wrote back to Denise and basically said, yes, I'm definitely willing to do that. I want to put in the work to win you back. I care about you, Denise. But he said, you know, I really have something important to tell you, and I just don't feel comfortable talking about it anywhere else besides at my house. So please, can you just come over tonight? It's really important that I see you. And at first, Denise really did just kind of hold the line, and she told Aaron that, no, I'm not going to come to your house. But again, Aaron, he just would not let it go, and he really seemed actually very eager to see Denise, and it made Denise feel special, and so eventually she kind of gave it up and said, you know what, okay, I'll come by. And after that, Denise got up off the couch, she got dressed, she called their favorite pizza place and ordered some pizza that she would pick up and bring to his house for them to eat that night, and then she headed out to her car and pulled out of her driveway. At about 5:30 p.m. that night, Denise arrived at Aaron's two-story home on Mare Island, which is actually just a little peninsula in Vallejo, California. And Denise, she grabbed the pizzas off the passenger seat, she grabbed her overnight bag because she was optimistic that, you know, they're about to have a great talk and maybe rekindle and maybe she'll stay the night. And so with her things and her pizza, she walked up to the front door and knocked. The next day was a Monday, and Aaron and Denise were both scheduled to work at the hospital that day. But at around 7 a.m. that morning, Aaron called into the hospital sick and said he couldn't come in, and Denise sent a text message to her boss saying that a family emergency had just come up and she would not be at work all week. When Denise's boss got this text message, immediately he was like, this doesn't make any sense. First of all, Denise never missed work, so this was totally anomalous. And he also knew that Denise was applying for this very prestigious orthopedic fellowship that she needed to submit the paperwork for by Friday, and he knew she had a lot of work to do on this paperwork that basically required her to be at work that week to get it all done. And so if she was missing the week, then it looked like she would not be applying for this fellowship. And that just seemed totally unusual because Denise was really serious about this fellowship. And so Denise's boss wrote back to her and just said, I understand you have an emergency, we're here if you need us, take whatever time you need. And then a few hours later, her boss checked his phone again and he saw that she had not written him back. And so Denise's boss was like, wow, I guess, she really must be dealing with some serious family emergency that's keeping her from using her phone. About 7 hours later, at around 2 p.m. on this Monday, where Aaron and Denise have not shown up for work, there was a 911 call that came into the Vallejo Police Department. And the person making the 911 call was Aaron. And Aaron's voice was totally slurred, and then he told this very confusing story about some sort of kidnapping, and then he begged police for help. 2 police officers happened to be near Mare Island, where Aaron lived, and so within 2 minutes of this 911 call coming in, those 2 officers were knocking on Aaron's front door. And when Aaron let them inside, these officers noticed 3 things in quick succession. The first was Aaron was obviously drunk or high. He was under the influence of some substance. He just did not seem right. 2, there were at least a dozen empty beer bottles lining a back wall in the kitchen. And 3, the entire house reeked of cleaning chemicals. One of the officers immediately turned to Aaron and said, "Are you on drugs?" And Aaron would say, "Yes, I am on drugs, but these drugs were given to me by the kidnappers." The officers immediately exchanged confused glances, looked back at Aaron, and then just said, "Okay, well, we're going to take a look around." And so the officers wound up going upstairs, and as they went upstairs, that cleaning chemical smell got stronger and stronger, and they made their way into the master bedroom, and they saw the ground had obviously been recently vacuumed, and that cleaning smell was really strong in here. The sheets on the bed were all gone, except for the fitted sheet that sat over the mattress. And so the officers were about to leave the master bedroom and keep looking when one of the officers stopped and he noticed something on the bed, and he called the other officer over, and they walked over and they looked down, and sure enough, on the bed was about a quarter-sized drop of blood. The police officers left the master bedroom and they went back downstairs where Aaron was, and they walked up to him and said, "Okay, tell us again what happened with these kidnappers and what's going on here." And Aaron would launch into a totally bizarre story. Through slurred speech, Aaron would say 12 hours earlier, so around 3 in the morning that morning, so early Monday morning, Aaron said he was in his house with his girlfriend, Denise, when suddenly these men wearing wetsuits broke into the house, and they immediately tied up Aaron and Denise and then made them wear these goggles that had been all taped up, so once they were on your face, you couldn't see anything. Aaron would tell the police that the intruders, in addition to wearing wetsuits, they also were carrying guns, tasers, also laser pointers, and also very high-powered flashlights. And so when they came in, there were all these lights and beams everywhere. I mean, it was totally chaotic. Aaron then explained to police that after he and Denise had been tied up and had these goggles on, the men in wetsuits came over to them and put headphones on each of them, and then they played this recording which had this weird soothing music, and then somebody narrating, telling Aaron and Denise that they were not in any danger, that this was just a robbery, and to stay calm and nothing would happen to them. And so Aaron and Denise had done just that. They tried to follow orders, and then at some point the headphones came off, and both Aaron and Denise were told to go to separate rooms, and they kind of fumbled their way into the separate rooms, at which point the men demanded they give up their banking information and passwords, and Aaron and Denise did that. They gave up all their banking info, and then Aaron and Denise were brought back into the living room. They were tied back up again, and then even though Aaron and Denise couldn't actually see this, they heard the sound of somebody apparently coming in that sounded like a doctor, who then took Aaron and Denise's blood pressure before administering this drug to them that made them both very sleepy. And then before Aaron and Denise passed out from this drug, Denise was taken by the intruders, and the intruders told Aaron that they had rigged a camera system inside of his house to watch him so he couldn't leave to go save Denise. And so Aaron basically just stayed in the house until he fell asleep from this drug. And then when he woke up again and managed to get his restraints off, he saw that Denise really was gone. And so Denise had to be with the kidnappers. After Aaron was done telling this totally weird story, which again, you got to remember, as he's talking, he sounds totally drunk. And so they kept having to ask him to say again what he was saying. And, you know, Aaron's just kind of loopy. And so the whole thing is just so weird. And so when Aaron was finally done telling the story, the two officers just stared at him in silence. And then the officers looked at each other, and without even saying anything, they both were thinking the same thing. Probably this guy has killed his girlfriend, Denise, and after he killed her, he must have spent time cleaning the house, which is why they smelled all the cleaning chemicals. And then maybe when he was done, you know, he felt bad about what he had done. And so he began drinking beers to kind of cope with what he had done. And that's why all those empty bottles were there. And that's why he was acting so drunk right now. And then at some point he had worked up the courage to call 911 and pretend that he didn't know where his girlfriend was and make up this whole alibi about these weird kidnappers that came in and did this stuff. But obviously it was just a ruse. This guy killed his girlfriend. That's what happened. And so finally, one of these officers spoke to Aaron and they said, "You're going to need to come to the station with us and explain yourself." As much as I love whipping up old Wong's favorite meal, a nice hot frappe mug of musk. A nice hot frappe mug of muskox and blobfish stew. Sometimes I just don't have enough time. And when that happens, my quick option is a couple of mystery bird nuggets. However, as we learned last night, old Sigalung is allergic to emu. Emu was the mystery bird we sucked down last night. So unfortunately, mystery bird nuggets are out. However, I found an even better quick option, Factor. With Factor, you can skip all those grocery store trips and all the prepping and chopping and cleaning up that comes with preparing a full meal, but you still get the top-notch flavor and nutritional quality that you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes, so all you gotta do is heat and enjoy. And Factor is flexible. I can adjust my order size to make sure I have enough to share with my family, and it's easy to skip a week or two anytime you know you're not gonna be around. For those of you who are confused, because I've previously stated my favorite meal kit is HelloFresh, well, don't worry, HelloFresh owns Factor, because HelloFresh wants to offer a wider array of meal options to satisfy all of their customers. So if you're in need of a quick meal option to replace your mystery bird nuggets, then look no further than Factor. My favorite.
Hello guys, hi Dova. Hello Scorpion, thank you for the gate passes. Yeah, you've heard this story before? I haven't. Sorry. But yeah, I have a kitty cam now. Right now, because yeah, it's one of those days. Well. Papa. No, yeah, she loves chin scratches. She was in my chair and I was like, okay, fine, you can be in my lap. Loves them. Thanks. Although the camera quality is absolute shit because how it actually looks is a lot better. So I'll take a picture of it and post it on my Discord. Currently I'm wearing an anime t-shirt. Can't really see it, and Raven is... She's kinda... Hey. Oh, no. She was falling down, I was trying to move her, and she's like, no. Oh, sweetie. You're on kitty cam. The only cat that can be on kitty cam because your brother is stingy as all hell. I appreciate that. We're gonna continue a little bit. I'm gonna turn off my mic because I'm gonna have some snackies. No, that's not for you. Mommies. Some snack. No. Some snackies. It's not for you! Raven. No. Are you gonna bite mommy? Not allowed. It doesn't like when I point fingers. But she thinks this is for her. It's not for her. I'm gonna have some little snackies. But yeah, oh, come on. She's offended. Alright, guess we're turning the camera off. There we go. Alright.
Favorite Factor meal is the grilled chicken with browned butter Yukon mash. It's pretty good. Head to factor75.com or click the link down below and use code MrBallin50 for 50% off your first Factor box. It didn't take long for the police in Vallejo to launch this massive search all over Mare Island to look for Denise. And at this point, they were kind of looking for a body because based on what was going on in Aaron's house and the story he told, it did seem like very likely she had been murdered and disposed of somewhere. And so they had dogs out and dive teams out in the water. They had hundreds of volunteers looking everywhere. And at the same time, Aaron was brought to the police station and they began going over every single detail of his story, trying to get more information about these kidnappers, because as much as they didn't believe him, they did need to officially rule out that there was no kidnapping. And so they needed all the information about these kidnappers, who they were, what they looked like, what they sounded like, everything. And at the same time, police were talking to Aaron. Police also brought in Denise's roommate, and they asked the roommate, do you know anything about Denise's relationship with Aaron? And the roommate would say, you know, those two have had a very troubled relationship. And the roommate would say that, you know, as far as they understood, Aaron and Denise were not a couple anymore. And so police would actually go over to Aaron in the police station and they would say, hey, you know, we have people saying that you and Denise, who you called your girlfriend, you know, you guys were not dating. You had broken up, you know, explain yourself. And Aaron would say, well, actually, you know, that's why Denise was coming over. Before all this kidnapping happened, she was coming over so we could reconcile. And we did. We had reconciled. We were back together when the kidnappers in wetsuits came inside the house. But the more police looked into Aaron's kidnapping story, the less it made sense. And it really didn't make sense to begin with. And so really, it just got weirder and weirder and weirder. Like, for one, Aaron said that he and Denise had been kind of forced to give up their banking information and their passwords, and they did that. They gave that up to the kidnappers. But when police looked into Aaron and Denise's banking records, there was no money withdrawn. The only activity on either of those accounts was on Aaron's account. 2 hours before Aaron called 911, he called his credit card holder and attempted to get them to give him a large cash advance so he could buy a boat. When police asked Aaron about the strong cleaning chemicals smell in his house, Aaron absolutely denied doing anything to clean his house. He didn't know how that happened. Also, Aaron would tell police that these kidnappers had actually wanted a ransom to be paid to them, but he said it was only for $8,500. And so police are like, why would these kidnappers take Denise and run away with her and risk very serious jail time for $8,500? It just seemed way too low for what they were doing. And then there was another weird detail that came out of interviewing Aaron at the police station. One of the police officers had noticed that Aaron's eyes were totally dilated, his pupils were huge, and for a little while, police had thought maybe that was because he was on some drug or something which can cause your pupils to dilate. But based on the weirdness of the story that Aaron was relaying to them, they actually began to suspect that Aaron was having a schizophrenic break. That is a symptom of a schizophrenic break. Schizophrenia is a very serious mental illness that often begins to appear in young adults, and Aaron was only 30 years old, so he's at the right age for this to happen. And while schizophrenia does not make people violent, it does make people very paranoid, and it also can cause hallucinations and mental disturbances. And so when police were looking at the details of Aaron's story about men in wetsuits breaking into his house and taking his blood pressure before stealing his girlfriend, but also cleaning his house at some point, that just seemed so weird and kind of crazy that it did seem to kind of line up with schizophrenia. By 9 p.m. on March 23rd, so 7 hours after Aaron had called 911 to report Denise missing, the Vallejo police decided they needed to call in the FBI because this was just so weird, and we have this missing person who could have been kidnapped, or maybe they're dead or hurt or something. I mean, there was just so much going on with this case, they needed backup. And when the FBI arrived in Vallejo, the first thing they did is they took Aaron and they gave him a lie detector test, and he failed it completely. And after finding out he had failed it completely, he immediately lawyered up. By the next day, March 24th, There were over 100 different search teams all across Mare Island and around Vallejo, California, looking for Denise. Police sonar had also picked up a body-sized mass out in the bay, but so far the divers had not been able to find it. Aaron, by this point, had gotten his lawyer and left the police station, and by now Denise's picture was all over the news and newspapers. It was up on posters on telephone poles all over town, and TV news channels were parked outside of Aaron's house just waiting for him to come out or waiting for any activity. But despite all this activity, the detectives and the FBI agents that were working this case had really not made any significant progress. All they thought was, Aaron's definitely hiding something. But then something changed. A little bit after noon on March 24th, a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, who was camped outside of Aaron's home, got a very weird email. The email was from the kidnappers, the wetsuit-wearing, blood pressure-taking kidnappers who broke into Aaron's home and took Denise. And in this email to the reporter, it said that Denise was fine, and there actually was a recording of Denise's voice reading that day's news, which confirmed that she was alive at least as recently as that morning. But there were two very suspicious things about this email. The first one was the recording of Denise's voice, the proof of life recording. Well, she did not sound in any way stressed. She sounded utterly calm, like she was reading the news like it was completely no big deal.
Earlier today, there was a plane crash in the Alps.
And the second thing that was very suspicious was the email address the kidnappers had used to message this reporter was an email address that belonged to Aaron. When this reporter told police about this, investigators were like, you know what, this actually doesn't make this any more clear. This makes things exponentially more confusing. Denise did appear to be alive, which was a good thing, but it now really appeared that Aaron was involved in whatever was going on here, and based on how calm Denise sounded on this recording, she could be involved in it too. And investigators' suspicions only grew when they went to Aaron and they asked him, have the kidnappers tried calling you at any point? And Aaron would say, yes, they have, and he showed them his phone. Well, the police would trace the phone calls that Aaron claimed had come into his cell phone from the kidnappers, and when they traced the kidnapper's number, they found it was connected to a burner phone. A burner phone is something that drug dealers will use because it's totally anonymous. It's like a one-time use cell phone that you use temporarily, you have this number temporarily, and then when you're done with the phone, there's no history that you personally had that cell phone. But police were clever, and they figured out where this burner phone was actually purchased from, and it was purchased from a nearby Target, and they looked at the security footage of around the time when this burner phone, was purchased from this Target, and they saw the person who had bought it walk out of the store. And the person who had bought this burner phone was this white man who was tall and fit with dark hair, and it basically looked exactly like Aaron. And then, 2 days later, on March 25th, Denise herself walked up to her mother's home in Huntington Beach, California, which is roughly 400 miles south of Vallejo, California, where she went missing. And so Denise's mother was not home when Denise showed up on her doorstep, and so Denise wound up going to the next door neighbor and using their phone to call her father. And Denise's story that she would tell her dad was even more bizarre than Aaron's story. She said she had been held captive by 4 men in this small room, and these men would tell her that they were simply doing a task for a client, and what they were doing now with her was just following their protocol. Denise would tell police that she was well taken care of while she was in captivity. They let her eat food, they gave her water, they even let her shower and brush her teeth. Denise initially was very open to speaking to Vallejo police detectives about what happened to her, but when they said the FBI really wanted to talk to her and they would literally send a jet to her in Huntington Beach and fly her back to Vallejo, she refused. And then, like Aaron, she immediately lawyered up and stopped talking. And so by this point, all the investigators are like, there's no way these two actually got kidnapped. This whole thing is some weird, elaborate hoax, and now they know they've been caught, and so they're going quiet. And so that night that Denise was found, on March 25th, the Vallejo police held a press conference and told the public that they do not believe these two were ever kidnapped. They don't really know what happened, but at this point they are not pursuing kidnappers, and the public should not be worried about rogue kidnappers in the area. But after this press conference, the police couldn't help but think to themselves, why would these two people who are successful, they come from good families, they have loads of future prospects, I mean, their lives were good. Why would they stage this hoax? What do they stand to gain? It really just didn't make any sense. For weeks, the investigation into whatever happened to Aaron and Denise continued, but there was virtually no progress. The media was still very interested in this case. It was totally salacious, and they had dubbed this case the Gone Girl case in reference to a movie about a woman who fakes her own kidnapping. As for Denise and Aaron, they stayed lawyered up, and the only message they put out to the public was that they were telling the truth. And so really, this case just didn't make sense to anybody until about 2.5 months later, on June 5th, 2015. Early that morning, a police officer in a town called Dublin, which is just south of Vallejo, California, found a piece of evidence that basically broke the Gone Girl case wide open. The evidence this police officer found was a cell phone. Not a burner phone that's totally anonymous, but a real cell phone that is registered with a phone company and therefore is registered with an individual person. And police were able to trace this cell phone back to its owner. And this discovery would lead investigators 200 miles to the northeast of Vallejo to the small remote cabin in South Lake Tahoe, California. And at this cabin, police would find a stolen car, a white Mustang. And the white Mustang actually belonged to someone who lived in Vallejo. And so, with their guns drawn and their dogs at the ready to be released, the police and the FBI, they opened up the door to this cabin, and inside was a tall, fit, and slender white man with dark hair. The cabin was a total mess, with discarded food and trash and piles of clothes everywhere, but none of that really stood out to the police. Instead, what stood out to them as they're yelling at this guy to stay where he is all around the cabin, all over the ground, kind of on top of all the trash and mess, were things like laser pointers and high-powered flashlights and zip ties and goggles, like swim goggles, with tape all across the front of them blocking out your view. The police had finally found one of the kidnappers. And while this kidnapper looked exactly like Aaron, he was a tall, fit, slender white man with dark hair, it wasn't Aaron. In fact, neither Aaron nor Denise had ever met this person, and this person, this kidnapper, had never met Denise or Aaron. There was absolutely no connection between them. This kidnapper's name was Matthew Muller, and he was a 38-year-old Harvard-trained lawyer and former Marine who had totally just crashed and burned out of his law practice and then took up this life of committing all these totally bizarre crimes. It would turn out the totally weird stories that Aaron and Denise had told police about what had happened to them was all true. The only thing they got wrong was there wasn't multiple people breaking into the house in wetsuits. It was only ever one person. It was Matthew Muller, the guy behind all this. And maybe just kind of in their panic and not knowing what's going on, Aaron and Denise had kind of thought, oh, there's multiple people here. But there wasn't. It was just Matthew. Also, it would turn out Aaron and Denise were not the first people that Matthew had done this to. The reason that police officer in Dublin, California had found that cell phone, which broke the case wide open and led police to this cabin in South Lake Tahoe, was because on the night that officer found the cell phone, so June 5th, Matthew Muller had attacked another couple in the middle of the night in their home. But that couple had been able to fight Matthew Muller off, and Matthew had dropped his cell phone in their home before he fled. And so when this couple had reported this to police, that was how they got that cell phone. In terms of Muller's motivation for doing what he was doing, well, Muller was absolutely brilliant, like borderline genius, super smart guy, but he was extremely mentally unwell. He had severe psychosis, and he was also bipolar. And so basically he wasn't seeing reality for what it was. And at some point in one of his kind of psychotic fits, he had somehow came across Aaron and Denise and become absolutely obsessed with them. He began surveilling them nonstop with a drone for 3 weeks before he attacked them, learning their patterns and who they talked to and what they did. And in fact, Aaron, when he found out that was what Matthew was doing, watching him and Denise with a drone, Aaron would tell police, oh my goodness, I actually remember one night before the kidnapping looking up and seeing this glinting light in the sky, and he thought, that looks like a drone, why is it out here? But Aaron was a normal person and didn't suspect that somebody who was totally unhinged was spying on him with a drone, and so he had forgotten about it. And so after Mueller had surveilled Aaron and Denise for 3 weeks using his drone, he was ready. And so in the middle of the night, he broke into Aaron's house wearing a wetsuit. He tied up Aaron and Denise, and he put those goggles on both of them so they couldn't see anything. And then he put on those headphones on both of them that played the soothing music and also had that narration where it was telling them, hey, you're going to be fine. This is a robbery. Just stay calm and do what you're told. But after these headphones went on both of them, Matthew would sexually assault Denise. And in fact, at least one other victim of Matthew Mueller has come forward since his arrest to say that she too was sexually assaulted by Matt. And so after Matt had taken Denise and left Aaron's house with her, Aaron, he did fall asleep from the drug he was given from Matthew. And then when he woke up the next morning, he managed to get out of his restraints. And, he's still affected by the drug that was in his system. And he sees that Denise is gone. And so the first thing he does is, oh my God, I need to find a way to pay the ransom to this kidnapper. Because again, the kidnapper, Matthew, had said around Aaron that he wanted $8,500. And so Aaron thought he could get that money. And so he called his credit card company and asked for that cash advance for $8,500 to pay this ransom. But when they asked Aaron why he needed this money, he didn't want to give up that it was for a ransom because he didn't want the kidnapper to know that he had talked to authorities. He was worried about Denise. And so kind of in a panic, Aaron just told the credit card company that he was buying a boat, but really it was for the ransom. Also, Aaron was the one who called in to Kaiser Hospital for both him and Denise, saying they were missing work. He did this because Matthew at some point had instructed Aaron that he would have to do that or something would happen to Denise. And so again, he's just kind of following the instructions, hoping that he can get Denise back. As for the email that the San Francisco Chronicle reporter got that apparently was from the kidnappers, but was sent from Aaron's email account, well, that really was the kidnapper, Matthew Mueller, sending this email to the reporter. He just used a special program to basically hijack Aaron's email address. And as for Denise sounding very calm in her proof of life recording that was attached to that email, well, the thought is Denise was very likely in shock at the time she was asked to record this, and so it sounded like she was relaxed, but really she wasn't. Also, just a random side note that I'm sure some of you will have questions about. We don't know why Aaron's house smelled like chemicals. It's assumed that, maybe when Aaron and Denise were all tied up and couldn't see anything because of their goggles, that Matthew Mueller, I guess, walked around their house and cleaned it, but we don't know for sure. Matthew Mueller is currently serving a 40-year sentence in prison for federal crimes, and just recently he was sentenced to an additional 31 years in prison for state crimes that were in connection to the kidnappings of Aaron and Denise. Aaron and Denise would go on to sue the city of Vallejo, California for basically mistreating them. They had been telling the truth the whole time, but nobody took them seriously, and they would win $2.5 million. Aaron and Denise would go on to get married, they would have a baby, and they would write a book together about their experience, which is called Victim F, From Crime Victims to Suspects to Survivors.
Well, damn.
Just after 1:30 in the morning on May 12th, 1994.
All right, so that was that. Yeah, my partner's gonna be going to the store for me. Bread. Other things that I need. 3 things. But, yes. That being that, I think it's time to check out on Genshin if the update is there, because it's updated. Not sure if it is updated yet, or if it isn't. I forgot to change while we were watching the video. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the thing of Genshin. In the game to Genshin instead of art. For the category to Genshin and from art. Ah. I know the painting was short-lived. That's because it takes a lot out of me. Verifying file integrity. Here we go. So I'm hoping the event is up now. The new event with that is connected to Femine. So there's that. But yeah, it's been a little bit today. I woke up really groggy. I don't know why, I just did, and I'd had this really weird dream, and I thought it was real. I had to literally check my surroundings to, you know, make sure that, like, what was what. It was so intensely real. Do I remember what it was about? Not particularly, no, but all I knew was I needed to make sure that nobody had broken into my house. Or, you know, that I hadn't lost anything, and that everything was where it was. Because apparently, in my dream, my apartment was entirely different. Crashed. So, we were kind of relieved. It was just a weird dream. Very nice. So we're just waiting on this thing to be... But yeah, painting takes a lot of effort for me. It takes a lot of time. Oh, excuse me. Because of course, it takes a lot of focus, and I'm actually thinking constantly about what colors to use, what to blend, how to do it. It's like... yeah. I don't know how to explain it any better. It's not exactly easy or very, simple. Like, it's a simple concept to paint, but once you get into it and you actually want to do a good job, get details, get depth, shading, the highlights, all that thing comes to play, and you're like, I would like everything to just stop for now. My head hurts. Yeah. I'm really happy with how the starting is right now. So I'm looking forward to painting a little bit more during Sunday. Maybe I'll start a little bit on the painting that I'm... sorry. Maybe I'll start a little bit on the painting that I'm making for another person, and starting on that one after today, because now I got my like painting mojo back. Ugh, I love it. Now I'm like ready for painting a few things. It's really nice. It's a nice feeling. Finally be able to paint and just enjoy it. Something that I really love. So I'm gonna be doing that on Sunday most likely, and just like whatever. But I will be streaming tomorrow, of course, as well as today, and yeah. We still have the incentives up. We got 2 subs recently, or the 1 prime and then a new sub, so that is cool, and that is amazing by me. It's just really nice. I am babbling. Hi, I'm always gonna be weird and quirky. This is nothing new. Not really. No, so I appreciate you guys letting me share how I paint you. Sure, the quality was probably shit, but hey. We use what we... not what we... So for right now, I just need to kind of get something that is like a tripod so you can have like a clearer view of painting. I tried last night to try and find something that would literally hold the camera right above the freaking painting, and I had nothing. I had nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, I wouldn't... yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? A little bit. But, a lot of music is similar, actually. Two rock songs are pretty much similar to each other, and they're about 20 years apart. But, do I remember which ones, the names of them? No, I don't. Because I'm horrible with names. Yay. I got woken up early again by my cats, but obviously they wanted to come inside because it was really windy. It's like so windy nowadays that we had to weigh our trash cans down with rocks. Or like bricks. We're not kidding. It's like there are bricks on top of our trash cans to weigh them down so they do not go flying. That is how it is nowadays. Whereas it's like weather having a temperament right now. Great. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to the next few days as well. Hopefully we'll get some more... Hopefully we'll reach some of our goals before the timer runs out. We're on 40 hours at the moment, and I'm gonna be trying to be on here for 6 hours at least to try and get this timer down, but I cannot do 10 hours again because like yesterday I was so dead and I was so tired, even though I was hanging out with my friend Blueberry. We were playing game and we were both just fucking dead. And then we watched a movie and then was like, okay, you know what, you need to go home. She told me. I was like, okay, fair enough, I'll drive you, thanks. So we just hung out for a few hours. And just yesterday, I felt like I was getting sick, so I'm gonna see myself doing 24-hour streams, let alone 10. Yeah, so doing 24 hours, I was thinking about doing that at one point, and then I realized, okay, so you want to be sick? My body was like, okay, hello, hold up, hold on, hang on a second. You have stayed up 24 hours before. Do you remember last time what happened? My body was aching, I got sick, I nearly got pneumonia again for the third time. And on top of that, I was pretty much just absolutely useless. I couldn't do anything. And I am not doing that again. And that was when I was younger. Like, a lot younger. And I was like, yep, not staying up for 24 hours again. Not happening. Oof. So 10-hour stream is the longest I will do. I can push it up to 12, but then I'm definitely getting sick. Because my body's like, well, fuck you, sweetheart. It's been an absolute times to deal with how my body is. Because I want to do certain things, and it just won't let me. Hell, I want to do a fucking backflip. Nope, not gonna happen, sweetheart. What? I tried. I face-planted so hard. I'm going to start doing streaming stuff. Well, Dova, start off with 3 hours, because that is like a cap. Like, do at least 3 hours, and if you feel like you can push it one more hour, 4 hours is really good. 4 hours is like really good for streaming, for starting. But they tell you to do 3 hours because I was recommended to do 3 hours because that's when you get more viewers, like depending on when you're streaming. And the longer you are on, the more likely you are to get people into your stream. So they recommend 3 hours minimum. Like my friends did, at least. I have some great news. Apparently my rigging is ready, but I have to check with my rigger later after the stream. And I'm gonna try and contact them. I have the time. And have that set up. I'm still paying it though. So I'm going to talk with them about how it's set up and stuff like that. So that's probably gonna be a day of that. But we will see. I'm just gonna like elaborate because I think they might be not sure if they celebrate Thanksgiving. But happy Thanksgiving to those who are celebrating it. Happy Thanksgiving to you. And I would like to say what I'm thankful for. I am thankful for my community, my absolute loving, darling partner, all of my friends, everyone I have met this year and last year, and those who I'm still in contact with. And I'm really grateful for my family still being around as well. Not to mention a lot of different things. Just thankful for all the good things in my life. It includes my streaming and my community, which is you, my beautiful. I really do appreciate each and every one of you for sticking around. Be it 1 month, a week, a whole year or more, doesn't matter. I appreciate you being. I really do. It means a lot more than I can express into. I actually did something I haven't done in a long time. I started writing down lyrics, and I haven't done that in 15 years. Or okay. So yeah, I haven't done that in quite a while. And I started trying to sing them, and you know, just doing a little bit of singing, experimenting with my voice on my own, with own lyrics, and see how I can sing it. And you know what? I'm gonna try and keep at it. Let's see if something happens. But I'm not sure what my voice would fit, like what my voice would fit with, how my singing voice would fit with different songs or types of tempo. So I might just poke Aeon and be like, hey, you help. Because his voice and his singing is absolutely amazing. I might have to ask him for a little bit of advice because I think he. So I'm gonna be poking at Aeon, like, dude, hello, hey, get over here, answer me, damn it. We're in different time zones, and it's kind of hard to collaborate anything with that going on. With his job and everything else. Me having my other things with painting, which also reminds me I need to do digital arts thingies for Phantomatics. I just like painting a lot more on paper, okay? It takes longer, sure, but hey, at least I'm doing it! And that reminds me I need to put the Nezuko painting aside because that is not for sale anymore. Art raffle was one. Did I tell you I do my own art? Wait. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Sometimes my memory gets jumbled. So that's why I write everything down nowadays. I was supposed to tell you. Oh well. I'm sure this. Guess what, guys? I need to get myself a new headset because mine is falling apart. I have glued it together. Oh god. Hang on. I'll be right back. We're back. Oh, so many of you do realistic animal and anime stuff like that, but I can't draw people. Oh. Well, you do an amazing job, I'm sure of it. So we're back. Partner just came back with my meds that I needed, and also with food that I asked him to get. I was just making sure that I had that I put my box of medications where I'm supposed to. Because I always have it at my table, because when I wake up, I sit down in my chair and I take my meds. Sorry about this. This is just the thing my food is in. Because I want to eat it before it gets cold. Usually I eat off stream because, you know, all the noises and shit like that. All the... don't want to deal with stuff, but... I have some meat in a baguette with apparently some mushroom, onion, and other things. Oh. Are you having your lunch too? Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to get myself a plate. Excuse me. It's hailing outside. I don't control the weather, buddy. I am very happy my partner got home before it started hailing. Because this looks like to be an absolute hell. Even my cat is reacting to it. Speaking of my cats, there is a raven. He hides around somewhere. I found her. She's in her bed in my bedroom. Like, Frost is reacting to the hail storm that is outside. He was like, Mommy, what's going on? It's hailing. I don't control the weather, buddy. He doesn't like it. So, obviously. No. Okay. That is really crunchy. Alright, let's see what the event is. So this one is over. Or maybe not. Hang on. Thank you, Jamal. Appreciate you. So, I've already gotten the login thing with the battle pass, and now we get this thing. Daily thing stuff. So, for right now, I don't want the bottom one for the battle pass. Okay? So I'm perfectly fine with just having the top one. So we're just gonna save money because we're saving up for our Nevelette next time, and we already have 1745 Primogems anyway. So that being said, I'm just gonna leave it there because I do not care about getting like the battle pass at the bottom tier one. So I'm just gonna have the top one this time. Although we're gonna be doing other things as well as doing the event. I'm gonna go ahead and get our expeditions up. I'm going to also... Oh, excuse me.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
We're also gonna be claiming our daily commissions. But first, we're gonna get these. So the reason why I have Yelan is because she gains 25% more rewards when dispatched on an expedition for 20 hours. This is what I want. I do not care about reduced time. I care about more stuff. The only one we have here is pretty much only reduced time. With Kuki Shinobu, she has the 25% extra for 20 hours. Barasan has the same thing. You saw the bonus items. She has the same thing. Expedition for 20 hours. 25%. Fontaine, we don't have anybody. Nobody. I'm not okay with that. So we're just gonna have someone there. That's fine. So, oh, yeah, expedition. No, daily commissions.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Here is your reward. So I went a little bit on Genshin just to check out if the update was there. And it wasn't, and now it is, so we're golden. And items mined, we're level 16. Sweet! I might get the battle pass if we get to level 50 before the time runs out. Otherwise I'm leaving it. Now, let's go check out that quest for this thing, because I am excited, and we get another Feminate, by the way. So, I am excited about that. We already have Feminate as is from our pulls with Wrightsley, and I am really happy about that. So we get another one of Feminate, and we go to another constellation here with him. Let's see. Just thinking a little bit. Okay, there's the quest. I'm not seeing anything to collect. Oh, hang on.
That can't be right. Oh, but what if they're real after all? No, that can't be. But what if there's a chance?
Greetings, miss. Is there something that's bothering you?
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm Della Roche, the representative of the Fontaine Fishing Association. How can I help you? Oh, so you're adventurers. Oh, finally. Someone has heard my prayers.
Paimon could tell you were really bothered by something. Don't worry, you've got 2 super experienced adventurers right here. We'll take care of anything and everything for you as long as you pay us a little bit of mora.
Oh, you are exactly the helpers I need. See, the problem is that the fish around a fishing spot at Araneus have just all up and vanished recently. They disappeared too quickly for it to have been the work of human anglers. As the representative of the Fishing Association, I had planned to go and investigate the area right away. Right, but unfortunately, as the representative of the Fishing Association, there are a few other errands that I absolutely have to run. So
you'd like us to investigate the spot for you?
Exactly, you're right on the Mora. So I thought I could delegate this work to you. Are you two some kind of prophets, knowing exactly what I was going to say like that? Or maybe like the oracles you read about in fairy tales?
Yeah, we're just really experienced in this kind of thing, that's all.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'll get a good night's sleep knowing the two of you are on the case.
But don't we just need to investigate the missing fish? It really doesn't sound too difficult.
No, you mustn't let your guard down. As the representative of the Fishing Association, I have good reason to believe that the fish have gone missing due to an encounter with the water imps. Yes, you're both Outlanders, right? our local fairy tales often speak of a terrifying underwater creature called Thelxie. The story our parents would tell us was always the same. If we went to the water alone, then we'd be snatched away and eaten by a water imp called Thelxie.
A child eating water imp? Did they tell you what it looked like?
My father would always describe it as a beautiful, multicolored snake woman, while my mother said it had a handsome face. It's really strange, though, because you'd also hear other people describe it as just a chubby penguin with a deceptive appearance. Even though the tales vary regarding its appearance, everyone agrees that it's really dangerous. It lives in an underwater cave surrounded by pallid bones and uses its sensitive nose to track down lonely children who've lost their way. And once it finds a child, it uses its alluring singing voice to lure them into the water before swallowing them all. Pretty terrifying, isn't it?
Sounds kinda scary. But isn't that pretty normal for a fairy tale? After all, those kinds of stories are usually made up to help keep children away from danger.
But what if the fairy tale was inspired by a real-life tale? Just like how a water vein always has a source. Well, I wouldn't call it evidence per se, but I've heard some rumors lately. They say that someone recently saw a child walk into the water as if he was possessed by something. Doesn't that sound just like he was responding to the call of a water imp?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you mean someone really got eaten by a water imp?
It kind of does sound like a siren, Doa. It really does.
It's all hearsay, so it's hard to confirm. But still, they all say this happened on Irenaeus. That's no laughing matter if you ask me. Both the Opera House and the Fountain of Lucine were built there, and the sources of many water veins can be traced to the island as well. Combine that with the mysterious mist, the huge tree with expansive underground roots, and the rumor that the fish apes on the island can understand human language. Is it really so shocking that an island so shrouded in mystery could harbor a terrifying water imp as well?
Why does Paimon feel like you're pulling our leg? You're just piling on the rumors now. Still, if someone's really been hurt, then we can't just ignore the situation, right, Traveler?
Oh, marvelous. Then I'll just mark the stretch of water on your map. Don't forget that no matter what, safety always comes first.
Have we met? Alright, let's see. Like, excuse me, lady, have we met? Because I run into the I run into danger, okay? This is a literal thing that I happen to do a lot of times. So Irenaeus is here. So apparently we're going all the way over there. So we're just gonna go to the closest one at the current moment. Just that one, because the other one is underground. And that's a no-go. Excuse me while I take another bite of my food, because otherwise I'm gonna get scolded for not eating. Man, this thing is crunchy. Maybe I should eat off stream with that one. Because it's really crunchy. Okay. So I'm always on the lookout for materials and chests. So since we have a chest here, I would like to go get it. I know it has a blueprint in it. I think so, at least. Okay, I think it has a blueprint in it. Because it looks like one of those. Yeah, there are a lot of different enemies here. So, oh shit.
Propagate!
Ouchie!
I don't think so. I'm not freezing for you.
Let's spark things.
But you can be electrocuted for me.
Nice and spicy.
No.
Scatter. Let the show begin. Huh? Ha!
There we go. Pretty simple. We're also gonna get some resources. Here. At least some materials. Hopefully we don't overflow our inventory with artifacts again. If that happens, I'm gonna have to, like, do that whole shenanigan all over again. And it's a
Is
blueprint.
this an answer
Yep.
from this world?
Sweet. We're also getting a lot of primogems, which I absolutely love. So, here's another blueprint. Okay, we have no hydro sigils right now because we used them up last time. We're still on 11 hydroculus, I'm perfectly fine with, and we're already up some more primogems. So we're doing pretty good for ourselves. If I do say so myself. No. I love exploring Genshin because of its vast scenery and its beautiful, beautiful nature. It's just one of the things that I love about it. So before we go down and continue there, I am going to say we're going down here. There's some materials that I would like to collect, not to mention...
I'll protect us.
So, the explosion from the electro and pyro actually will impact the rocks after the effects is hit onto the enemies. So it also affects the rocks here. So that's also one of the reasons I wanted to come down here as well. Just easier to mine with that. Like, mining just became a total lot easier with that. But there's something here that I would like to do. Oh wait, I thought it would be a chest, but hey, I was wrong. It's alright. So we're going over here for the quest line. Over there.
Is this the stretch of water Delaroche was talking about?
Yeah, but
it looks
what?
really peaceful. Huh?
What are you?
Look, there.
Interesting. Alright, let's see what this is about.
These look pretty fresh. Did the water imp get someone again? Let's look around and see if we can find anything else. Wait, did you hear something just now?
The organisms can be heard coming from the water. The noise grows louder and louder, till something emerges with a loud splash.
What is that? Don't come any closer!
Paimon? Traveler? I'm sorry. I forgot I was still wearing this.
It's Femine.
Paimon, are you okay?
Paimon nearly mistook you for a water imp. Thank goodness it was just you wearing your helmet.
Huh? A water imp? Thelxie, you say? How surprising.
Huh? You know that name too? Or do you know someone else is trying to investigate the water imp?
No, I think our situations are probably unrelated. Sure, if that's in order. I know the name because of one of my employers. She noticed the clockwork penguins I brought to the workshop and contacted me through the shop's owner. She has commissioned me to make a special toy. Following her request, I've named the toy Thelxie.
Huh? But isn't it a little creepy to name a toy after a water imp? Wait, hold on! Fremina, you never take commissions from other people!
Yeah, but, she made a special request, but out of respect for her privacy, I can't really talk about it. It's alright though. She'll be coming over to check on my progress shortly, and I'll just tell her that you're two of my trustworthy companions. Hearing that, she might be willing to share some information, and you'll be able to continue with your investigation.
Huh. Even though you seem a little cold and reserved sometimes, you're still really considerate. Our target isn't necessarily the water imp, though. We're primarily here to investigate the disappearance of the fish.
The fish?
Femine nods slightly and seems lost in thought after you tell him about the commission from the Fishing Association. Suddenly, his breath catches in his throat.
I think I may have connected the dots. These past few weeks, I've been taking Thelxie for underwater testing every day. The pressure testing makes a lot of noise. So, all that about the disappearing fish? Well, it was probably because of me.
So that's how it was? That actually makes a lot of sense. Wait, so could that mean the child we heard about who walked into the water was also...
Yes, I think that's quite likely as well.
Whew. So in the end, it was just Fremine. Paimon spent all this time imagining what a water imp from the fairy tales might look like, and it all turns out to be just a hoax.
I'm sorry. It sounds like I've created a lot of trouble for everyone else as well. I'll try to finish this commission as soon as possible. Thank you.
Actually, how much work do you still have left, Fremine? Maybe we could lend you a hand.
Thanks for offering. But I can't trouble you any more than I already have.
Hey, it's no trouble at all. Didn't you just call us your trustworthy companions? Companions are all about helping each other, you know?
But don't you need to report back to your commissioner?
Nope, that's not how it works. See, Paimon's got these commissioner types all figured out, even though we were just tasked with finding out why the fish had gone missing. If we tell them now that it was all just a misunderstanding, you can bet they'd just immediately hand us another commission to help them get the fish back. Exactly! So if we can help you finish up your work and get the fish back, that would save us an extra trip!
Is that what you'd like to do as well? Huh. Alright, I'll trust your judgment. Please follow me. I've made a makeshift camp over there.
So that's what we found earlier. Right. See, but first I would like to collect a few things. This thing. These we need for Femine, the Romaritime flower. We need about 150, 200 of them. So I just say 200 so I have like enough.
I've stored Thelxie in the tent. He can respond to some simple verbal commands. You can try calling his name and see if he'll come over.
Whoa, sounds pretty advanced. Let Paimon give it a try. Hey, Thelxie, are you there? So that's Femine's version of Thelxie. It's also penguin-shaped, just like Pear.
Yep. Had Thelxie lived in Penguin Town, he'd probably have become great friends with Pear. It's not really anywhere famous or important. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Thelxie. Nice to meet you. Do you know how to say hello?
I wanted to install a language output module, but due to time constraints, I had to give up on the idea. As it stands, Thelxie can only output messages that were pre-written into its motherboard. I haven't given him the ability to convert those messages into discernible words, so he can't really talk to us just yet.
No need to get so technical. So basically, you want us to help you complete and install this language module, right?
No, there's no need. That wasn't one of my employer's requests. It was just something I wanted to try. I have 2 other things I'd like your help with. The first is to do some integration testing on Thelxie's motherboard. to make sure he will be able to function properly in most situations.
That doesn't sound too hard. And what's the other thing?
The other shouldn't take too long either. You'll need to find Thelxie some colorful shells and coral, so I can craft a weapon for him.
A weapon? Will Thelxie have to fight?
Mm-hmm. Thelxie will need to be able to charge forward with a weapon in hand, like that brave prince of legend. It's a part of my employer's request.
What an imaginative employer! Naming Thelxie after a water imp, but wanting him to look like a prince?
Well, regardless of his role or species, Thelxie's purpose is the same. Just like Pear, he has come to this world to serve as somebody's companion.
Whoa, Thelxie just said something again! Could he understand what we were just talking about?
He can react to certain key words, but unfortunately, due to the lack of a translation module, he still can't quite communicate with us.
That's a pity. But anyway, the most important thing right now is for us to get to work. Maybe let's start by doing some testing on the motherboard. That sounds like something we can do here in the camp.
Sounds good. The motherboard is on my workbench, so please follow me. Ah, here we go. I have this testing manual, so feel free to reference it if you get stuck. Want to give it a try? It's okay if you don't succeed immediately. I've got a lot of backup boards just in case. Okay, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out.
Okay, so it's a puzzle.
I love puzzles.
Excuse me.
What?
You're doing well. Just as I expected.
We've taken on a lot of similar tasks before, you know.
Then let's move on to the underwater part. It's just as I mentioned earlier. We're after colorful shells and coral. Oh, speaking of which, you're both already pretty used to Fontaine's underwater environment, right? Okay, that's good. Just let me know if you ever feel uncomfortable. I'll make sure to stay right by your side.
Alright, let's see. So now we're gonna go into the water.
Yeah.
I've already collected that one. Right.
Let's see.
And down we go. So this event quest is actually pretty straightforward.
It should be right over there. We'll be able to find something that'll help us with our search. This is it. We call this thing an echoing conch. It can detect special reflection waves in the water to help us with all kinds of underwater exploration and excavation efforts. Here, try it. Did you notice any interesting places? The echoing conch should have detected some just now. Let's go check them out. Alright, these should be enough. Let's head back to camp. Thank you for staying out here with me all this time.
This is pretty cool. Like excavating things. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. A flower.
Ah, Fremine, you're back. I thought you might have been out diving.
I'm sorry, Madame d'Estray. I must have kept you waiting. I can report, though, that the construction of Thelxie is going quite smoothly.
There's no rush. I'm your employer, not your supervisor. And these two are...
Oh, they're two of my trustworthy companions. They're here to help me work on Thelxie.
Hello, Ravenmoon. Good morning.
No. No. Let's continue.
Yes, I see. I suppose it's only natural for someone responsible like you to have some reliable friends.
It's really nice to meet you, Madame d'Estray. Are you Fremine's employer? Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Greetings, my new friends. Just call me Zuria. You are both so adorable. The sight of you reminds me of little fairies under a cottage roof.
Oh, do you really think so?
Alright, Dova, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day or night, whichever time of day it is.
Of course. If my child had friends like you, then perhaps he wouldn't have become so obsessed with the tales of water imps. And I wouldn't have had to trouble Fremine here with this commission.
Obsessed with the tales of water imps?
Ah, so you don't know anything about my request yet? I would have thought Fremine had explained it to you already.
Well, Fremine told us that it was a private matter, so he didn't want to just share it willy-nilly.
I see. So Monsieur Fremine is even more discreet than I had thought. As you are assisting him with the project, I believe it'll be beneficial for you to learn more about its vision and history. But it would be quite impolite of me to simply pile all of my troubles on you without your permission. So, would you like to listen to my story?
Sure, you can tell us anything. You've already said nice things about us, so we'll try our best to help you get through your troubles.
Ah, what a lovely little fairy. Then let me think of a way to put my situation into words. I'm sure you're already familiar with the tale of the water imps, right? Simply put, parents came up with a story, painting water imps as scary abductors in an effort to convince their children to stay away from the water. My child is rather special, however. While most other children are terrified of Thelxie, he's infatuated with him.
Infatuated? With a water imp? What a brave soul.
Yes, he told me that he thought the water imp might have just been misunderstood. In his mind, instead of singing to abduct children, the water imp actually sang out of a longing for companionship. As a result, he often goes near the water in secret.
Huh. So he wanted to become friends with the water imp so it wouldn't be lonely any longer? What a unique way of thinking.
Thank you, little Paimon. He indeed has always stood out from the crowd. He was actually diagnosed with loneliness syndrome when he was only 8 years old. It's a type of mental disorder. Those affected by it often feel extremely lonely and lose interest in many mundane activities. The syndrome is probably what made him so determined to become friends with the water imp.
Oh no. Is it a very serious disorder?
If you were to become afflicted with the disorder, Paimon, you would only be able to say less than a fraction of the words you're saying to the traveler now.
No! Paimon won't accept that! We would have to find a doctor to help cure Paimon. Paimon has a 2,000-word quota for daily conversations with the traveler, and she won't settle for a single word less!
The family doctor has already begun to treat my son, but since the disorder is rare, there aren't many good regimens for treatment. He's also developed some new symptoms lately, such as uncontrollable delusions.
Huh? Uncontrollable what now?
Uncontrollable delusions. To put it simply, he can no longer differentiate between fantasy and reality, and spends all his time in his fantasy world.
Then what is he seeing in his fantasy world?
It's a dream that he often mentioned to me when he was younger. I've compiled what I could understand of his recent rambling. It goes a bit like this.
Once upon a time, there was a splendid and magnificent underwater kingdom of water imps on Cilicia Plains, 500 feet beneath the surface. Countless lovely water imps lived in houses made of rainbow shells and corals, tending to sea animals during the day and singing between fields of golden hidalga during the night. Everyone led carefree and blessed lives until the day of the iridescent parade, the important festival during which the new king would be crowned. For the festival, all water imps would select the most precious pearl they owned, wrap it in golden branches and leaves, and offer it to their most beloved prince. During the day of the parade, the prince would cross a rainbow bridge made from all the offered shells, and accept the crown from his father, amid the applause of his subjects. Finally, the new king would bless everyone with his well wishes. And as for the prince's name, it's none other than Thelxie.
Amazing! Your son came up with all of this? He really crafted a lovely fairy tale world for Thelxie. It's like a beautiful dream.
But perhaps no beautiful dream can ever last long. You see, the story ended with a twist.
The day of the iridescent parade came as expected, but countless monsters also arrived alongside the prince. The monsters were evil and cruel, and they struck fear into all the water imps' hearts. The water imps, adept at singing as they were, could not defend themselves against the monsters, so the kingdom fell. The king was killed, and the water imps were locked behind bars. Rainbow Bridge lost its color and crumbled away. The prince was barely able to escape with the help of a mysterious masked individual, but he had already lost everything. He could only spend his days singing mournful songs. Just as the prince sang out of loneliness, so could his song only be heard by similarly lonely children.
How could the story end like this? Is that kind of fantasizing what caused your son to develop his loneliness syndrome?
Well, it'd be more accurate to say that it was the syndrome that caused such terrible delusions to manifest. But in any case, The biggest problem is the patient eventually loses themselves to the fantasy world of their own creation.
My poor child can no longer differentiate between imagination and reality. He's begun to see himself as Thelxie.
Perhaps in his mind, the loneliness he felt became the same as that of a prince who lost everything he ever loved or stood for.
What? So that's what you meant by uncontrollable delusions. Then we have to help him snap out of it.
Alas, most of the time he acts as if he can no longer sense or interact with the real world at all. I've had several discussions with the doctor, and we think it is best to try to guide his fantasy. He once wanted to make a picture book of his imaginary world, but since the disorder progressed too quickly, he never quite got past the first page of the book. If we could use this book as a breakthrough for his condition... Here, you can take a look.
Ah, so Zuria's son also saw Thelxie as a penguin. Oh, he looks so sad.
What we should do now is help him complete this picture book. However, we'll lead the story to a different ending. One where the water imp prince is eventually able to restore his kingdom with the help of his friends. We'll need to chase away his loneliness and sorrow, and let him perceive a world full of hope again. That's what I mean by guiding his fantasy.
But if we just need to finish the picture book, why does Fremine need to make a Thelxie as well?
Because we need to treat the book's story seriously, as if it's a history of things that have really happened. We'll need to go on a journey like Thelxie, and help him regain his crown and country. But my child can no longer go on a journey of his own. This is why I commissioned Fremine here to craft a Thelxie, and then I'll paint the journey with this Thelxie into the picture book.
Ah, like a stand-in for your son! Paimon's starting to get it now. Oh, you really put a lot of thought into this, Zuria. Paimon still has one question, though. Where will we be able to find a Water Imp Kingdom?
There are some ruins on the seabed of the Salacia Plains. I've already asked Fremine to research them for me. We'll be able to use one of the ruins as the kingdom.
Oh, so we'll just need to act out a performance of, a brave journey through the Kingdom of Water Imps. As long as we chase away the monsters in the ruins, it'll count as chasing away the monsters in the Water Imp Kingdom, right?
Sadly, no. We won't just be putting on a performance. It's just as Zuria said. We need to take this seriously. And the only way we can take this seriously is if we choose to believe everything that's happening is real.
So we'll be playing it straight? Or, making it a fully immersive experience? Oh, neither of those really sound right. Well, either way, we'll still be able to help, right?
It's all right. There's no need to get that serious. It's not a big deal. I believe in my son. We can just see this as him wanting to stay asleep for a bit longer, because he's so enamored with his dream.
Zuria.
Keep your spirits up, everyone. If we were to look troubled, my son is sure to become anxious as well. I should be heading back right about now to check on my son. We temporarily moved to a place on the hill over there, so my son will have a better spot to convalesce. It's not far from the water, and there's also a great view. Feel free to come find me if anything urgent comes up.
Understood. There's also one last thing. Since these two friends were able to help me out, I've made some more progress on Thelxie. I estimate that he should be ready sometime tomorrow.
That's great news. I must thank you all. With that in mind, how about we meet here in 2 days' time to head to the Kingdom of Water Imps? All right, everyone. Let's meet again in another 2 days.
Zuria sure is a brave and optimistic lady. Fremine, do you think her plan will work out?
Let's discuss that over by the tent. There were a few things that I didn't bring up because the Madame was here.
Interesting.
What is it, Fremine? What did you want to say?
If you don't mind me asking, I would like the two of you to mentally prepare yourselves. This is the first time that you've met anyone with the syndrome, right? I know you two are both really strong and will do everything you can to help the child. But with the syndrome being the way it is, if things don't quite turn out as we wish, I hope you'll be able to accept the outcome and not put too much blame on yourselves.
Fremine, why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Didn't we just promise Zuria that we'll be optimistic about everything working out?
It's not that I'm not optimistic. It's just...
Ah, so that's why you looked like you knew exactly what she was talking about. Wait, Fremine, don't tell Paimon that you also...
No. Please don't misunderstand. I've never had it. I've just seen many cases of it at the House of the Hearth, back when we lived under the previous director. They say there are many factors surrounding the development of this illness. I've heard everything from hereditary factors and one's state of mind, to environmental factors and even ley line disorder effects. Some even say it could be caused by contamination from god remains. And from the cases I've seen, there weren't many positive outcomes. In the worst cases, the patient could even pass away.
What? It could get that serious? And here Paimon thought they'd just stop talking as much.
Yeah, that's just the nature of it. So if you'll find it difficult to cope with the worst case scenario, I would prefer that you back out right now. I don't want you to help only to feel like you failed.
Yeah, that's right. Paimon's seen all of those things too. No matter how hard it might get, we won't be scared.
Really? Then in that case, let's see this real-life fantasy adventure together to the end.
Yeah! But Paimon has a question. If this illness can really be as bad as you've described, then do you really think Zuria's method will be able to help? After all, we'll just be using a toy as Thelxie and some ruins as the Kingdom of Water Imps. The whole adventure will only be turned into a picture book for her son to read.
Well, I think it should be able to do something. To harbor a fantasy means that the child wants to save himself somehow. The only reason he's allowed his dream kingdom to fall is because he's lost control of his heart. But if we can help him regain control and escape from the darkness, we'll be able to change his world. Like helping someone who's lost their voice be able to speak again.
Oh, Paimon sees what you're saying now. Huh. How do you understand all of this so well, Fremine?
Well, maybe because I've also had many of my own dreams in the past. I even had my own fairy tale world, much like that boy's. I was able to draw a lot of support from it, so I believe in the power of fantasy worlds. So you remembered.
What Penguin Town? Why doesn't Paimon remember? Is that also a fairy tale world? Don't leave Paimon in the dark!
Suddenly, Fremine pulls out a diving helmet and puts it on it.
Hey, why did you put that on?
It's just one of my personal quirks. Please pay it no mind. Anyway, Penguin Town is a peaceful place with lots of penguin residents. They're all really good at making clockwork toys. And Pear is the town's triumphant hero, as well as the one who quietly protects the whole place.
Pear? But didn't you make Pear yourself?
Well, I often think that Pear only came to me because he realized how much I needed him. So it's not so much that I made Pear, as Pear chose me as his friend.
Fremine, are you sure you're not losing control of your fantasies as well?
No, I don't think so. I can still differentiate between fantasy and reality. I just believe that the fairy tale world of my dreams must also exist somewhere. It might just be hidden, which is why it's difficult to see. Or it will only reveal itself at very specific times.
Specific times? Like when you put on your diving helmet?
Yeah, that's the general idea of it.
Really? Paimon just said that because you put on your helmet.
Have you ever observed the surface world from underwater? It's as if you're viewing a whole different world from the outside. It's a very surreal feeling. Both alienating, but also as if you're being protected by something. I have a similar feeling when I put on my diving helmet. In those moments, it's possible to see some truly wondrous things, as if a fairy tale has become reality. It's almost like a sort of miracle.
Really? Like a miracle?
Well, if that's in order.
Hey, don't you still need time to work on Thuxie's weapon? We don't want to keep you from finishing your commission.
Right. I still have to collect some tools I'll need to craft the weapon. I've got to finish everything before tomorrow. Thank you for reminding me, Paimon. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities for you to try my helmet. Thanks for all of your help. I'll be off for now. Let's meet up here again in 2 days.
Well, that went quick. 3 days, huh? Huh? This. What? Next one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Oh. Let's see. So we only did these two because these are the only two that's open right now. So this one opens tomorrow. This one too. And these open. Alright. Let's see, what's this one? Alright, guess we're going exploring. That's pretty cool.
I love it here. Checking some things. There. Alright.
Hmm, interesting. Mm-hmm. And we're gonna need that squid. Where is he? There he is. There we go. Wait. Oh, this is so cool. Hmm? Hell yeah, let's go! Okay. We got so far. One. So the other one is locked, so we can't do that. But this one is also locked. It's okay. Ooh. Nice! No, it's gonna be so cool. So we get a lot of different stuff here, and I love it. Uh-huh. Unlocks tomorrow, the next one. Okay. Alright. Let's see. So currently, we have done all of those. What is this? It's one of the world quests we have. So we've pretty much done the story. Or at least the basics of it, anyway. Okay, we ran out of food. We're gonna put that back on. We're at 2,000 private gems. Let's go!
Oh, Bobby.
Can I also heal up our character because we kind of lost health there? There we go. Not much for reading dialogue anyway. Let's see. Oh, we got free stuff! Sweet! Okay, I'll find...
Hey, guess what? You'll never believe what happened.
I can keep drinking.
Take your drink.
Huh. Oh, we found them.
Propagate! Let's dance!
we go. Oh, there's a time trial there. Wait. See. I feel cheated. Oh, there's a Hydroculus here. There it is. Sweet. Hmm.
Spring forth!
I'm just gonna go get that Hydroculus over there. No. Too short. Okay. See. Okay, just gotta aim. There. Right. So where are we? Here. Hmm. Alright. At least got the Hydroculus. Good. So now we have 12, and we only need 23 more for the next level of the statue. I know I play a lot of Genshin. Excited about it. We blame me.
Mm. Did I get spotted? Ah, god damn it. Maybe not.
Come a little closer. Try not.
I'll protect us. Yeah. Hi. Huh. Huh. Hi.
Hmm. Let's see.
Scatter.
All right. Let's see. Where are we? Hmm. So he was a part of another quest. Well, we finished that one. Sweet.
Alright, let's see. We can go here. Continue a little bit. So on the floor, in a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and take some time to eat, but we're gonna go here first. There's a Sealy over there! Oh, there's a Hydroculus here too. Sweet. Wait, is that a Sealy? Oh, you lie! It wasn't Sealy. It lied. The World Crest over here too. Hello? No. Damn.
A reward on the road.
Wait, have we done this one? Do this one. I'm not sure if we did. Oh well. See, we ran out of buff food. Oh, hello.
Boba, get them!
You. Ha. He. He.
This certainly was interesting.
He. 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 He.
Sweet!
Oh my.
This is awesome! I fucking love it here. Here's a world crest down in the water. Hmm. No, it tells me to go up. What do you mean? A lot of reading dialogue that I just don't care to read right now. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break for food. This dialogue is done. For sure. You're incapable. So I'm gonna keep the game open. Gonna be about 330, 738 payments. Damn, okay. Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna put on words on stream while I eat my food. A little break. Because I need to eat. And that thing is so crunchy that I didn't want to eat it on stream. Wait. We got new banners? No? Not yet. Okay, it's changing in 5 days. Alright. Now, I'm just gonna turn off the audio for this. Because we're gonna be going ahead and putting up words on stream for you guys while I go ahead and eat. Alright, you guys have fun. I'll be back later. We are back! Alright. So, I took some food. I got some food. Food break. Well, I would like to continue on Genshin a little bit. At the very least. Then again... You know what? Let's play something else. We already did the event anyway. Let's see. What got? Exciting. You know what? How about we play some Baldur's Gate? I need to change the game. I just still feel like playing Genshin right now. Up there, I'm just gonna do that. So sure, I want to make the evil choices, but in all honesty, I kinda want to like just play it out. Because where we were with our main character, with Terra, the druid, it didn't go so well. So I feel like we missed a bunch of things along the way. So instead of going like really fast through it, we're just gonna take our time. Again, we're gonna take our time and go through the entire thing and just have some fun with it. I think I already made a character this time. Well, at least a character. It's right now. It's in a lot of spots. Okay, let's see. Oof. Yes, we were playing as Sorceress Morgana. So we're gonna continue along the path that we have set out for. Of course, we're obviously looting everything. I like to be long ranged because I don't like being short ranged, but it's one of those. I think I'm a wizard actually. So I can learn all the spells. Oh my god, the wind is really howling outside. So we were at the camp, we took a long rest. Oh yeah, I'm wild magic. That's what it was.
Just out of view.
Yeah, wild magic sorcerer. Okay. So we're gonna leave camp.
Another step forward. Maybe I need more pockets. No traps, please. Here we go.
And your dogs. You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way!
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with. I'm not afraid. Chosen by the Absolute, I am. I'm blessed.
Oh, I'll bless you, all right.
Looks like the Absolute sent me a protector. You gonna kill her too?
You, move!
Damn. Critical success.
What in every hell is wrong with you? Damn you. Damn it! Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies? Gods, you're exhausting. Fine then.
It's all right, Arca. Let's go.
Let me out, you bunch of softies!
Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments. An inn in Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down the well. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, and vast amounts of treasure. Hard to resist. Oh, a drow, a dragonborn, and a cleric of Cyric walk into a bar. Your standard fare. Maybe someone was cheating at cards. Maybe it was some weird lover's quarrel. In any case, out came the crossbow, and a hush fell over the entire room. I stood up and yelled, "Shadow Dark Ale for everyone!" The crowd cheered. The tension drained into 6 tankards, and soon all was well again. In a place like the Yawning Portal, the most powerful magic is calling for a round of drinks. Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but you went and stood in front of that crossbow. Well, I'd drink to that.
I want to have a word.
Ain't sure why you're protecting me. Don't care, neither. It's too late to make friends, warg meat. My tribe's coming. They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the Absolute and hang you by your guts. Goddess! We're burning her name across the face of the world, we are. The Absolute is gold from the sky, she is. The blessing in the storm and the storm itself. Maybe she sent you to help me. And you will, if you want to save your skin. And if the teeth stick a few arrows in us on the way out of here, don't worry. Priestess Gut will patch us up. Got a whole lab set up. Cooks up potions that fix our lads, no matter how much of a beating they take. Could probably stick your head back on if someone was to chop it off. Mighty booyog.
A goblin healer. We really are desperate, aren't we?
It's the truth. I swear on your mother's grave. Get me out of here, and I'll tell you where to find her. Deal? Even if you did find my tribe, they'd set the wargs on ya. You need me. Get me out of here, and I'll tell them what a good friend you are. You're gonna be sorry, every last one of ya!
Your actions have not gone unnoticed. If they persist, it seems they will not go unpunished. Your actions are pushing... Your assault has caused panic. You may soon face greater odds than you had bargained for. You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells. You're free to go. This time. Your aggression has...
Oh, you!
You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells. It's wise to check the content of your purse before offering it to others.
Interesting.
Water. My dagger.
This way.
Don't be grumpy, Roland.
Oh no, I'm gonna get my way out of this. Just don't want to kill him. Hey, let's see.
Well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. The rich, just some bits and bobs I no longer need. Sylvanus.
It may have been unwise to reveal just how much gold you have on your person.
Go.
Still breathing, despite everything.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
No one stopped me yet. I'll take that. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I don't like the look of that mushroom. I should stay clear. That might be worth a look.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
I'm just gonna wait until that runs out. Oh well.
Open up.
How long until Roland shows off his
What's
thunder
up for
wave?
discussion?
Depends.
Fidget, thank there isn't. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. Oh, nothing is but you take a sup at that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie. Oh, 'tis just a healing potion, nothing fancy. You just look like you might need a pick-me-up. I'm sorry to go on about it, but are you all right? You're looking awful peaky. Oh, I'm tempted to... Not that they'd listen to little old me. Anyway, do you need anything? I have a few odds and ends. Nay, bother.
Sweet, we got a free potion. Alright, let's see. Some things to buy. Do this. Might not be such a bad idea to get a strength potion. will leave it.
Take care now.
Alrighty.
You're an idiot. Hells take me. What I wouldn't do for better tools.
Hey, I'll take anything I can sell. I know this thing is locked.
With pleasure.
There we go.
Still alive, so that's progress. What's hiding here? Breathe deep and move.
Thunder wave.
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
No helping it. We're exposed now.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Don't we all?
Goblins didn't kill me, too. Just sad.
Again. Swing and swing. Parry. And again. Swing
Very well.
and swing and. Oh! Step. Parry. Strike. No, we need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
Damn, we're just getting all the good
Try
stuff.
and brace them better. You really know what you're doing. Found. Oh, yes. I'll bite my tongue. Hope, but I'll keep at it.
Alright, sweet. We got a free item for that.
I want to learn a trick too. It's something only I know.
Please, last through.
She's
What can you tell me about?
You get back. Kick. What? You.
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have a potion too. Talk to animals. Huh? What was the alchemy thing again?
Yes, I see.
I do wish I could understand you.
Oh, there it is. H. Those are mine. Oh, we'll craft that one too. Alright, let's see.
I thought you were Halcyon.
The boar prances around, haunches.
Where's Halcyon? He promised me a mate.
It's not the time.
Shh, I'm concentrating. Does this look good? Is the coin in the middle?
We got it.
Yeah.
Hey, if it isn't red, I can take it.
Ah, my grizzled friend. What can you tell me about this place? Yes, I see. And is that her with two... a few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my I'll make it very quick.
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Goblins and the dragon they had marching in the rear. Was it a... Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally? Really? I've interrogated the scandal. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact.
Just a... As the color of his brow furrows, ink...
Let's see. Someone up here.
Trust no one. Should be easy.
All right. What now? I need a quick word.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smiles and pain will fade away. Words of mine change? No. Damn it! No, at the hands of this bloody song. I can't... Nothing fits, you know? True, but when you're stuck and it's... It can't hurt. My teeth. Wait. Words of mine will turn to ash. That's perfect. And thank you for everything. Oh, wait. sorry. That's the fact she was there was so much blood. I can still smell it. Lihala said, I'd forgot the weeping dawn will...
Moving ahead.
Yes, I see.
Let's see, there was a kid in trouble around here. But first... Really?
Let's get on with it. Something over there.
All of you made that jump, damn. Alright. Alrighty. Time to go back.
If not over, then through.
Such a pretty song.
More for me?
Such a pretty song. Such a pretty song.
What happened?
Over here.
Holy shit.
Foul-winged charlatan! Your tricks will cost you.
Oh shit.
take you.
Yeah.
Out of my head.
No. That's not good. Well, this ain't good.
Skin you alive, you foul wretch!
Well, at least we have the autosave. We need a bit higher level before we go up against these harpies, I guess. Well, we were lured, so probably talk to the kid first. Let's see. Okay, so we need do not.
Never wanted the easy path.
Is someone singing? It's beautiful.
Something over there.
Alright. I realized that we didn't save after we got this, so... Gale, my dude.
I have the magic touch. With haste.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Man. Sometimes they just don't do what you want them to.
Over there.
There is work to do.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. How much farther can I go?
pretty song.
Quick saving, just in case.
Something's on my mind.
Shh. Listen.
A sweet melody plays above the waves, beckoning you, drowning out all logical thought.
Phew.
The suffocating yearning suddenly fades as the spell breaks. You are free.
No. Yes, everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not.
Step quick.
What happened?
No gloom, all doom.
Dead Tom!
I'm ready. Take your foul-willed charlatan. Your tricks will cost you.
A tale for the ages. With glee.
Concentrate.
Damn. Lured, really? God damn it. That's not gonna do me good.
This should work.
Never a dull moment.
Battle of wits.
Nice.
Let's finish this.
Roasted bird, anyone?
On the move.
Sweet.
Very well.
Are they gone? No. Yes. I mean, I don't know.
I need. Wait, find a boy.
Alright. Let's see.
Anything of use?
Hey, at least we leveled up. That's something. Let's see. Mercury over here. There's something. Yep, there's just. There's also. Hang around.
What's in here?
Let's see. Okay, let's just level everybody up. See what we can get, yeah? That'd be great. Okay, which spells get? Nice, pretty nice. Get Scorching Rays, class passive. Alright. Next, our cleric. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna take away prayer of healing and put in. Can only be used outside of combat, so it's like. Let's see. I would like to have that as an option. Alright, Astarion. Trips. Alright. Let's see. Minor Illusion. Gonna be good for him. And I think Poison Spray or I think Shocking Grasp would be more beneficial. Again, Poison Spray. Or no, Shocking Grasp. Okay. Sky Self and Charm Person. I just like having this on him. Let's take away Minor Illusion and give him some more reach as well. Let's give him some acid. Alright. Gala's up next. Let's see. Interesting. Knock isn't exactly a bad thing to have, but hold the person is a whole different thing. Hmm. Okay, we'll put Shatter on him. Mouse acid. Alright. Mouse acid arrow. Might come in handy. Alright. Why can't I make that potion? I'm missing a few things, that's what. That's what.
A long way to go still.
Really? Even if you were on the edge of this thing?
Your
Okay.
desire? What's your bag?
You cannot be serious. There's stuff here and I want it. But I need to go get a few things first, apparently.
Swift as my feet can carry me. What's inside?
See what's up here. Whatever we can sell, we're gonna go ahead and take that and sell it. That's just how it is.
She must be terrified.
I bet she's giving them hell.
We're just gonna go sell stuff from our inventory, so we don't need it.
Need anything else? Of course, but please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Okay, we're gonna keep the bronze ingot for now. We're gonna sell this one because we don't have a bard. So this.
I wonder what the next move is.
At the ready.
Keep the bow for Gale. This. I don't think we're gonna need any of the books right now. To be perfectly honest, it's just a bottle. Alright. Let's see. Why is it all jumbled up? Really annoying. Oh, it's my bow. Okay, there we go. There were some. Here it is. Potion of Glorious Vaulting. What? Do you have? This. You.
Don't touch me.
Alrighty.
Sylvan.
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. He nods, then reaches for a concealed hatch.
Well, my kid, Mercon says you got him out of a... And we're happy to be helped. Now, what can I do for you?
Someone there?
Might as well get that.
Anything else? I do. I want to steal that big, shiny idol they're all chanting at. Be careful. They look as brittle as old bark, but they're vicious. Anything else? You've been a friend.
Come back. Alright, let's see.
So I wrote you a story. It's a...
That's adorable. Lovely. That's what Potion of Glorious Vaulting does. Actually, just
to put my hands on everything.
go. You can jump great distances. Obviously, I'm not gonna make it all to nest. But, go there. Get the stuff that is there.
So, do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over?
You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle.
Alright, let's see.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
Careful, I bite.
How did you manage that, you guys, when I couldn't even make you jump up here?
No one back home will ever believe this. Time to press ahead.
Alright. At least we actually found something.
Keep your distance, darling.
You're kidding, right?
Watch your back.
Can't give up now.
Oh, this group.
On my way.
Sorry, they're just there. They just sit there for it. But nothing beats when I left Will by accident somewhere so far off the map that I was like, what the hell?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Alright,
I'll give it a shot.
let's see what this rude lady has to say for herself.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have you lost your senses, Koga? Release her.
She stole the idol of Sylvanus. She must pay the price.
A what? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger. She's a Wrath, lock her up. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Come, Koga. We took back the idol.
Do it.
Oh shit. Okay, critical fail.
You intrude. More proof.
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike.
It is as you say. Sifisif, Tila to me. Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
Thank you.
Halcyon isn't here. Keep it.
She's one fucking thing.
Tiring business. Why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest. Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important. We've been on the road together for a while now. Ever since the way you got... In short, I've grown to trust you. You see, I have this... What it comes down to is this. That is why I turn to you. There'll be danger involved. Or great cost. I hope I can count on you.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I know. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage. Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think? Thank you. I'm sure we'll get...
This will all be over. The ritual's almost finished. What if they tried to...
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster? Yes, a viper, Ben. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the rite is resumed. I want you to provide your service. The viper must strike. This tale...
Well, hello. Hardly a challenge.
Ding, ding, ding.
Never a dull moment.
Damn. Got 2 inspiration points right there. All right. Let's see.
Something good here, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Bet that'll fit in my pack. Seems simple enough.
They did a number on you, didn't they? Does that hurt?
I have something to ask.
I see you. Just give me a moment. There. Now, what was it you needed? You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes. A tadpole. Come. We need to be quick. This way.
There's something.
This one had the same tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. See, it's why he joined the adventurers on their expedition. I pity you don't... All right. Let's see what we can do. Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening. Any symptoms? Victims can I... How'd you pick up the parasite? But you seem like a good soul. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms. But you have to. Don't you understand? Swear it. Then I've no choice.
Break them.
What's inside?
Could have been worse, I suppose. At least she didn't just attack.
Can't blame anyone for reacting with fear, but it might do to keep our condition on a need-to-know basis.
Hey, I'll take anything I can sell.
Don't mind if I do.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Need to find a way forward. Let's have a look. Something over there.
Alright, let's see. Yep.
The parasite is stubborn. It refuses both to leave or to allow itself to be used as you desire.
Oh, just reading everything. Making sure that I have all the information I need. Let's see. Alright.
Assuming he's still alive.
Speculation will get us nowhere. Let's go find him.
It's opened.
Best avoid that trap.
What have we here?
Fuck it. Nice. Let's see where that is. Oh yeah, we're here. Hey.
I've got a long road ahead.
Shut it! Boss would rip you for talking that way.
Well, at least we got the druid to keep us
Did some
entertained.
Bye-bye.
On the way.
Damn. Sheesh. Was on powerful spell work.
Act fast. Time to meet your maker.
Nice. Good.
What's in here? Let's see. Glowing eyes are rarely a good sign. Best be careful.
Shall we? Be careful. There are traps.
Twice exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Alright. There.
Simple.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Alright.
What's hiding here?
Good thing we're checking these. Absolutely. Yep, yep, yep. Sweet. Okay.
Anything of use?
Here.
I'm ready. What's next?
No time to rest?
His breaths are shallow.
Hmm.
There's no time to waste. Where does it hurt?
Take you.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Better not be cursed. Best be on my way. up in no time.
That helped.
That was a lot of loot. Good. Oh. Ready. Well, we're making good headway. I'm just not exactly very interested in the story at the current moment. What the fuck is going on? Oh, those two. They got stuck. You kidding me?
Whatever comes.
Okay. Oh.
Let's get going.
Thought they got stuck again. I'm like, hello.
And away I go. One day I'll catch a break. Here goes nothing.
Let's see. What can we do here?
So we can risk violence here, or face it for certain on the road. It's good. Somebody must be lead. It's no small thing to ask. We'll...
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins, they'll find it.
Yes. Of course.
I did say I was going to be streaming for at least 6 hours, but not sure how long that's gonna be right now.
Open up.
Used to. Well, I still think they'll kill us, but at least we can put up a fight. But if you're so sure we will, why not put a little gold on the line? Excellent. And since I ain't one to leave a debt unpaid, that means we're destined to meet in Baldur's Gate. Looking forward to it.
So many ways to die.
Okay, what's up here? Seems to be a lot of places to go, and it's really beautiful in this area. No doubt about it. Oh, hello, chest. Absolutely. Okay, how do I get down from here again? Shit, I can't remember. Oh, bollocks. Oh, there it is. Let's go. I want to take care of those pesky shadow druids. That's one of the things I absolutely want to do. Because I haven't done that before, and I don't want to miss the chance.
I've known a few warlocks in my time. I question the wisdom of that decision, but I'll be...
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get Lae'zel and I'm gonna have her talk to the guy in camp. In the druid camp. Or in the druid settlement. Well, it's been 6 hours already, bud. We're gonna finish this one.
I should speak up.
His confidence. It is.
Not that I'm gonna lever her up. Because fuck that. Okay, now we just need to talk to the guy who's around here somewhere.
Right. I've got food, water, my dagger.
Buy more. Is this monster with you?
You dare interrupt? Has the tadpole...
Chucky, fine. What do you want from me? No hard feelings.
I warned you, didn't I? You ought to reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble.
Kenyank, the tiefling was clear. If there are Githyanki west of here, you will educate me on matters of this Fey run. By covenant, I can say no.
I'll just level her up. Just to have something. She's a pain. She's a pain to deal with, that's for sure. But hey, that's what it is. Alright.
Chuck, you believe you can survive with as
Man, she's a piece of work. Here's Will. I would like to have him on my team. He's nice.
The goblins still infest the roads. As that...
Alright. Let's see. I want those two. Okay, let's see. Not darkness. No.
Alright, let's take a long rest.
It's quite a sight. The stars, I mean. I could take or leave your chin. I can see the stars from Baldur's Gate, of course, but not with such clarity. It got me thinking, reflecting on what tomorrow might bring when we meet this goblin priestess. Will she know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over? Good. I don't want you to run off just yet. You're quite the ally after all. Traversing Avernus, surviving the crash, surviving everything that's followed. I'm not easily impressed by people, but you're stronger than I gave you credit for. You have your charms, more than you think.
The smile on his pretty lips is a touch too composed, a bit too perfect. He may not mean a word he says.
A delicious thought, but the right moment. I'm sorry. I need to clear my head. I'll see you later, I'm sure. Sleep tight.
A fine evening, don't you think? The moonlight shines warmly on us. The breeze caresses our faces. Hideous. All of it. Would that I were doing battle up there, among the tears. Look above. Watch the moon cross the sky. The tears follow behind it. Rocky bodies tumbling through the sea of night. One of them is my crush, Clear. Your curiosity is to be commended. Githyanki are hatched in creches all throughout realm space. Clear is one of many. It's there I first saw a Kithrak mount a red dragon, where I slit my cousin's throats at the Vash's command. But enough of this. You are wasting your resting time. Come dawn, we resume our search for a creche.
A tingle runs through your head and down to your feet.
Ah, there it is. That shiver. Our little brainworms have made fast friends, it would seem. How do you feel? Healthy, and troubled by that fact. Before the Illithid's unscheduled surgery, I'd felled hundreds of beasts and a fair few fiends. The tadpoles weakened me, suppressed greater talents, but beyond that, I've showed no signs of turning. No nausea, no pain, not even a hot flash. Indeed, perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit. Or perhaps the tadpoles are merely on holiday.
Damn.
We could conjecture all night. I suppose the why doesn't matter so much as the what next. And that answer is plain as the horns on a war devil's head. We get these things out. Let's get some rest. Dawn comes sooner than we think.
The lead. What's on your mind? The sooner we find this priestess gut, the better. Can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head. Head to Baldur's Gate. Someone's waiting for me. Let a girl have some secrets. Was there anything else? The same. But suppose I turn. What would you do? Wise. Though, I hope you'd miss me after I'm gone. I think I would if the positions were reversed. But you're right. It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well.
Alrighty. Let's get a long rest. Just gonna quick save, make sure that we are saved. Alright. Yeah. Alrighty. It's there at least. So we're gonna quit game and we're gonna go ahead and raid somebody because I'm getting really tired and I need my rest. Sad, but yet oddly true. No. Let's see who's online, shall we? Alright, we're gonna raid Death Blooms. So, let's first all copy the raid message. Be so kind, and if you are subscribed, please do spam that raid emote as much as possible. But I need to make sure that I actually write her name correctly, because if not, I'm in big, big trouble. Let's see if that's correct. Funny. Okay, apparently we can't rate Death Blooms. Weird. Let's go raid Ghost Arcade. Thank you so much for joining me here today, everyone. We're in 36 hours and 26 minutes on that timer. So I will see you all tomorrow for some other shenanigans. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing, but hey, we'll figure it out. And do remember to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and remember, most of all, you are beautiful creatures. Happy Thanksgiving to those of you who are celebrating it. We are heading off. I'll see you tomorrow. Until next time.